What's up, buttheads? Welcome back to No Ifs and/or Buts. We are going to talk about the season finale of Star Wars Andor that came out today. I'm Alex Damon.
I'm Molly Damon.
And we are Star Wars Explained.
This is kind of sad. It's our last one of these.
For not forever, for 2-ish years.
Feels like forever.
Yeah, it does. I don't know what we're going to do between now and then, except for watch The Mandalorian and Ahsoka and The Bad Batch. And Skeleton Crew and Star Wars Visions Volume 2. And
I guess we'll have stuff to do.
We'll be good. We'll be good. Well, today we are joined by friends of the channel. We've never had them on before, but I'm so excited. Our friends over at Nerdy Nightly, Nerdy and Clarus. Welcome, guys.
Hi.
What's up?
How's it going?
Hello.
I'm doing great.
Nerdy is currently fervently drawing. Well, we're just going to say it's a joint favorite moment for later.
That's fine. I have a guess. I have a guess as to what your favorite moment is, but we'll save that for later. Basically, we're going to talk about the episode, and if it comes up, just go ahead and be like, "Hey, it's what I drew," and we'll celebrate that moment.
Perfect. Sounds great.
I like to start by asking our guests just how have you liked Andor as a whole, as a series, before we get into the episode.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah. Wow. Why?
Yeah.
This is why we invited you.
You know what? I missed the volume.
Said no one ever. I think for me, we've talked about this like a little bit, but like I think it's my favorite Star Wars show. So ranking it high. It's been a wild ride.
Yeah, we watch a lot of nerdy content. We're known for that, and I think that despite that, it always comes to that end of the year. Like, what were the top things that you watched of the year, right? What were your favorite TV shows? What were your favorite movies? And I sometimes am met with surprise when I'm like, oh no, I love the nerdy stuff, but a lot of my favorites of the year are often more dramatic, the kinds of movies that, we don't cover necessarily on the channel. And it's fun to have a Star Wars show be something that fits into that category of like, oh no, this is one of my favorite things that came out this year, regardless of the genre of it all. Yeah. And we've gotten a lot of Star Wars television this year. We've gotten some incredible shows. We've gotten some shows that I struggled with a little bit more and that I had a little bit of a harder time appreciating the way that I want to. And so to come to Andor and just have this experience that seems so elevated and so much more focused, I think, than what some of the other nerd culture things that we've gotten this year have been. It's just been such a joy each week, even though it's the hardest thing I watch each week.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've sweat so much during a TV show ever.
Yeah. It's a tense 40 minutes every week. And I'm like, oh God.
Yeah.
Oh, what's going to happen?
Yeah.
I was going to say something similar about the tension of it all because I don't remember. I was going to say, I don't remember the last time a TV episode stressed me out this much, but that is a lie. I actually think I was this stressed out when Cobb Vanth had to face down Cad Bane. That almost killed me as well. So
that's fair.
Yeah, both levels. Like the pulpy side of Star Wars can be just as tense. But yeah, I feel like Andor could be kind of like a gateway drug for people who don't often go into the nerdy side of things. And they're like, I can get into Andor, and then it kind of eases them into like, you know what, maybe I will check out that Mandalorian show if they haven't or whatever.
Yeah, they're going to be playing the first couple episodes on like NBC and
ABC.
Like some of the ABC, some of the like mainstream TV networks.
Hulu, ABC, and it's basically everything that Disney owns except ESPN.
Yeah. FX as well.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I that is a move that I find very confusing. As a selling point for Andor, and look, I will go on record. I think it's incredible. I think as a 12 episode unit, it's really fantastic. I also like if you go back and watch our reactions to episode 1 and 2, we end both those episodes being like, this ends in a weird place.
Yeah.
And episode 2 kind of ends on this weird conversation between Luthen and local car salesman that just kind of like fizzles out as an episode. And so
Yeah.
when I first heard like Andor on ABC, I was like, oh, great. You drop those first 3 episodes. You do like a 2-hour special event on ABC. You get that big payoff at the end of episode 3, which is just incredible of like, we're going on an adventure, right? You get your Bilbo Baggins moment. Everyone's going to go to Disney Plus. And then I was like, and then it ends at episode 2. And I was like, really? Like, that's the point that you think people are going to be like, I'm in on.
Right.
And I find the decision for that to be curious, and I'm curious to see how it's going to play out for them. That was I don't know how I feel about it.
Yeah, I would have included episode 3 personally, but perhaps it's more of a rights thing, like because the actors get paid for it to be on a streaming service.
Yeah.
That maybe there's some like behind the scenes stuff that they could only negotiate.
They don't want to deal with royalties.
Yeah, it could
That's
be,
possible.
right? I don't know.
Yeah.
My first speaking role in a movie was in this like indie film called Free the Nipple, and we actually ended up getting released because Miley Cyrus posted a topless photo of herself to like promote our film.
Mm-hmm.
And so because of Miley Cyrus's tweet, Netflix bought the movie, which was really exciting. Or they bought the rights to the movie. And so I was cut out of it. If you watch the movie, I'm not in it anymore. My whole scene was cut. But I still got a check like every 6 months for over a decade from Netflix. Like, here's your payout.
60 cents. Like,
Yeah, at first it was like $20. It
Yeah.
was like, a couple of
gets, like,
coffees every 6 months. But
smaller and
It's your
smaller. each
nipple
time.
payment. You
Yeah.
freed your
Yeah,
nipple.
yeah.
Here you go.
it was wild. But no, so it might be a rights thing. But I think that if they just dropped episode 3, that's the moment where I was like, oh, I'll watch this till the end of time. Like the end of episode 3 really, and the show gets better from there, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Fully agree.
Yeah.
I just like we were lucky enough to go to the premiere, and even in the room, it was kind of like the end. Yeah, the end of episode 1 happened, and then like the credits for episode 2 started to happen. Like the title card came up, and everyone was like, "Oh," like started clapping. It's over. And then episode 2 kind of had the same thing, and then episode 3, we were like, "Okay, we get it. I understand."
Did 3 end with the drums?
Yeah. Well, No, 2 ended with Cassian walking through the scrapyard and the drums.
Oh,
The
okay, because
musical drums.
that's what I was thinking would have been a good point to leave off of. Maybe that's why they stopped it at 2.
Well,
But I do
it's
think-
more just like I don't know
I-
what's.
Yeah, I do think they should have included 3, but maybe they're just really hoping to get people hooked on those first 2.
Well,
Well, they
here
got to
we are
make money
talking
on
about
Disney
the
Plus
first-
somehow.
Yeah, we're talking about the first 2 episodes, and the 12th episode came out today, which is what we were going to discuss originally. So let's jump into that. How did you feel about the season finale of Andor?
It's sweaty.
Sweaty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it did a thing that's really hard to do, which is manage to tell a final chapter that doesn't close, right? It's so interesting where I feel like the hardest episode of any season or of any show are the season finales that have to keep the story going, but have to feel, because we're not getting another season until 2024. This had to be both satisfying to the story that season 1 told and also really entice what the next chapter of this story is and why we don't want to jump right to Rogue One, right? Why is there something between this and Rogue One to come back for in 2 years?
Yeah.
And so as that kind of final chapter of book 1 of the book of Cassian Andor, I felt it was so wonderfully composed to draw you into this explosion, right? The first explosion of the rebellion in some ways, where people really came together out of a belief of doing good in this big public way where their faces are on it, right? Like Aldhani is this very private explosion of people coming together to do something in secret. But Ferrix is the first public moment of this rebellion where you get these people who are like, I'm going to show my face to the Empire. I'm going to walk up to them, stand 2 feet away from them, tell them I hate them, and then I'm going to attack them, right? And to have that so satisfyingly tied off while also building up the Deidre Cyril future of what they want from Andor and the relationship with Luthen that is so just juicy and just one scene right at the end. It was just amazing. Like I was so blown away by it.
Yeah, I like definitely one of It's weird because I don't think this was my favorite episode of the season, but I think it's one of my favorite finales of a show because it does what you said. It ties up just enough and lets us have just enough to keep us going to season 2. That I thought it was so excellently done. One of my I guess more prevalent criticisms with some of the previous Star Wars shows is some things feel a little bit lazy in moments, and never for a moment did anything in Andor feel like there was a hair out of place. Like it was like meticulous, like all the T's were crossed and I's were dotted in a way that like I thought was really, really refreshing for like a Disney Plus show.
Yeah.
I was going to jump off of that and say it's also a lot of the Marvel shows I felt similar to that as well, where it's like the second to last episode, someone big will come. It's kind of like the Cad Bane thing, where like the big cameo villain comes in the second to last episode, like Kingpin and Hawkeye, and then they're like quickly dealt with. And it just, I'm glad they didn't go that route with Andor, that it was all just like, no, it's these people, it's these Imperials and these citizens of Ferrix, and we're sticking with them. And yeah, the Death Star's out there, but we're sticking with them.
Yeah, we were just kind of brought very slowly back to Ferrix from the start of the season to the end. And like Deidre's there, Luthen's there, everybody is like centralized. Cyril's there. They're all there on Ferrix to find Andor. And it's funny because I feel like this finale was in some ways kind of predictable, but it still was so gripping in a way that like I would never call it predictable. Does that make sense? Like I kind of knew
makes complete sense.
I knew that Ferrix was going to have this like funeral procession and like something crazy was going to go down, and that's exactly what happened. But the way that it happened was just chef's kiss. So good.
Yeah, like those essential story beats are there. Like if you had sat down and really thought about it, you could have been like, all right, well, I think this is what's going to happen in the finale. But like but just because it's what you're expecting doesn't mean that that's like a bad thing necessarily. It's the natural progression of the story, and it's kind of what we're here for.
Well, and Luthen told us what the finale of the season was going to be almost on his first appearance, right? Where, you know, he has that line about how I can't remember exactly what he said to Mon Mothma, but it's like, you have to make things so bad that people rebel, right? And Luthen, in a weird way, Luthen is almost the protagonist of this story, in that his decisions and actions have the most causation. And he shows up to Ferrix for this finale and watches the fruits of his labors come to roost, right? I think I just mixed so many metaphors in that sentence. But
those fruits be roosting.
Those fruits be roosted. But, you know, it really was, this story is so much about what Luthen has put in play, the position he's put Cassian in, the position he's put Mon Mothma in. And the finale is a lot about what he did and the cause and effect of his actions and what he has led this town into. And one thing I really love about it is that it is ultimately about a town. And because Star Wars can feel so galactic, right? There's so many planets. We're going to all of these places. Or even Tatooine in the original Star Wars, all of the characters in Mos Eisley aren't from Mos Eisley. They're all from elsewhere. And so by focusing in on all of these people are from here, so much that Marva like grew up in that town, which kind of surprised me, considering, you know, how we meet her in episode 1. But it really became about this one town struggle against the Empire, and what Luthen has done that caused this one town to become this powder keg that blows up in his face, literally.
I really love what you said about him kind of being the protagonist, because a criticism I had at the beginning of the show was that Cassian was very passive and things just happened to him. He would do things, but it wasn't like super changing the plot. Marva would take him from Kenari. Luthen took him from Ferrix, and now he's being forced to do the Aldhani heist. And I thought that, the point of the show is he becomes more proactive, because he was just passive. He was asleep, like Marva says. And so having Luthen be this kind of protagonist, and then having to be involved in like the oops, look what I did is so good.
Yeah, we see Cassian almost taking advantage of the people of Ferrix at the very start, because he's just basically expecting them to cover for him for these little odd jobs that he's doing, instead of what he should be doing, which is what Marva did, is like bring everybody together and like do what Luthen said, do something worthwhile to fight for freedom and to fight against the Empire.
And with Marva, I'm so glad they brought this back, that she had something else to do, because, and I think again on purpose, we were meant to feel like, wait, she died off screen in episode 11, like she's just gone. Because I love, and I think it's episode 10 when Dedra is reporting back to the ISB, and they're like, what about the mother? Do we take her in? And she's like, no, she's weak, she's sick, like we'll watch her, but she has no power, because the Empire doesn't recognize power unless it's just straight up strength. And so the fact that she got to come out, be this huge hologram, and like rouse everyone, that speech was everything to me.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Yeah, so good. Oh my god.
I want to dive into the speech, but I just want to bring up one quick point to get off of the like Cassian Luthen thing quickly, is what you're saying about how Cassian at the beginning of the show is using everybody else, and it's not. I feel like he takes over as the action leader of the show in the moment where Luthen is like, all right, we're going to go to the hotel, we're going to set this trap, and Cassian's plan starts 2 hours early. And so because Cassian's plan starts 2 hours early, Luthen loses control of the finale. He is unable to do what he wants, and he just has to watch, because Cassian has built up his own little cell and he's gotten everything going in advance, right? The gong starts ringing and Luthen's like, oh crap, what's happening now?
What's happening?
And like Cassian really, by activating Ferrix and by getting his people going here, he takes over the show from Luthen in a way that like Luthen literally just stands back and watches from there to the end. And I thought that was such a beautiful nod of having like Cassian's active arc be on Ferrix, because I thought it was going to start on Narkina 5, and that was my complaint about the Narkina 5 arc, is that it really became about Kino in so many ways and not really about Cassian changing. But then to have Cassian's big moment of change come in this moment on Ferrix, I just thought that was so important for his character that it all comes back to here.
Yeah. Well, I like that Cassian, because I had the same thought on Narkina 5. I was like, now Cassian's going to be a leader. And it's like, oh, wait, no. But he is going to inspire the leader directly. So I liked that. And this show keeps doing stuff like that. It keeps being predictable, like Molly says. That's why I'm like, that makes so much sense. Because you can guess where it's going, but they never do it the way you think. And Cassian gets Nimic's manifesto, and you're like, oh, he's going to read that thing. He's going to read it in prison. Oh, he doesn't have it. Is he going to read it in episode 11? No, like he's going to read it eventually, right? And so like finally we get to that point, and it's so good. And that I feel like that just happened over and over, where there would be a prediction, but they would really make you sit and wait for it. And I love the execution of that.
Yeah. I just love that it became an audiobook. I love that Nemic was like, he wrote his manifesto down and then went to a studio somewhere and like got his headphones and his microphone, and he like, because that sound was clean.
It was crisp.
It did not sound like he recorded that in the forest on Aldani. He was like, no, I got that Shure SM7B. I'm ready to go.
He had a little soundproof, like
one of those little like pod things. Yeah.
It was also, he had I'm recording. Skeen and Gorst and Cinta were all like holding things up around him so he could record.
Yeah.
He built that model. He built a soundproof. He can do everything. I'm just so glad that he came back. I love Nimic so much.
Yeah. And it was in such a powerful way too.
Yeah. His speech was also great. Like this freaking episode had like speech after speech, moment after moment that I was like, all of this is amazing. It's all good. Nimic's speech, Brasso's speech to Cassian from Marva, then Marva's actual speech, like everything.
I can't get over I love you more than anything you could do wrong was just
so, okay, why don't you just punch me in the heart?
And so many incredible lines in this episode, all the way up until the very last line of the show, which was kill me or take me in. Like, what? But the I'll love you more than anything you could do wrong to me is that I think the thing I might remember most from the show, because it was just such a beautiful sentiment.
Yeah, and like we know that Cassian and Marva don't exactly have the classic parent-child relationship, right? Like we are introduced to that idea, but like it is so clear, and they make it so clear throughout the whole season. The love that they feel for one another and the care that they have, and like the understanding that they have as well of how they came together. Obviously, Cassian's sister is kind of a loose thread in there, but Marva believes her to be dead. So
Yeah.
for them, it's for Marva, I think at least it is a thing of the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is something that I think I wish we got a little more from, and I think we will. But just their family relationship, like Clem had 3 scenes in this entire series, and I loved them all. I wish we got more of them, and same with Marva. And that's like, I'm a little worried about season 2, just because, season 1 was so meticulous and well thought out. It feels like a setup for another 4 years. And so I'm like, I hope they can do everything that they want to in season 2. And I hope it doesn't lose what made season 1 feel so, like, I don't want to call it slow, but just deliberate. And all of these character beats, I don't want them to have to rush through it.
Yeah.
Well, the notion of it being 3 episodes per year of Cassian's life that Tony Gilroy set up at Celebration, that is very interesting, because it is going to feel like a different show.
Yeah.
And I think that for some people, the time jumps, this isn't really a spoiler for House of the Dragon, but there are significant time jumps between episodes on that show. And I think that was off-putting for a section of the audience, right? There were definitely people, I personally loved it, but I know that it didn't work for everyone. I do wonder how Andor is going to transition from being a show that was, other than the jump where he like moves to Miami and gets arrested, which I have no idea how much time was there. The show feels like it takes place over the course of weeks or months, right?
Right.
I don't know how you transition to a second season that has an entirely different structure, but keep what made season 1 so special alive.
It's really not even about the structure for me. I'm just worried that they had 5 years. I don't think they really did. I think they have this all figured out. The writers have earned my trust, but it feels like season 1 is like very like, here's the story, and like Mon Mothma's story, for example, feels like it's just beginning, and then we're gonna have to like get to her being in charge of the rebellion in like 6 episodes.
Yeah, I really hope we get a lot of her in the next season, because she was barely in the finale, and it was just that one kind of like heartbreaking moment of them introducing Lita to douchebags, smaller douchebag.
Well, and she gets the scene in the car.
Yeah.
Which was like
great.
Her manipulation of the scene in the car is just, it hurts, because the second scene is the one where you're like, oh my God, like you're selling your daughter. But the first scene in the car, she's such a standard. Genevieve O'Reilly deserves all the flowers she's getting for this show, because to be cast in this part because you look like someone 17
years ago,
17 years ago, and to come back for all of these iterations of it and then get your moment to shine. I think she really has shone. I think she's been remarkable. I will say I wish that she had gotten to do more in season 1 outside of her apartment. I feel like we got to see her in 2 locations, and they're beautiful locations. Very well done. But I was hoping for more from her from the finale, but the car scene was fantastic in my opinion.
Yeah, the little bits that we did get were so good.
Yeah.
I remember the first time you watched the episode and the car scene was happening, and I was like, what's going on here? And then it slowly like clicks in your head of what she's doing, and you're like, this is brilliant.
It's so funny.
Yeah, she knows she can't trust it. She knew that driver was listening. She like she's the way that she goes about everything is
I love Perrin being like, I genuinely believe Perrin. I think he's like, I'm not gambling, but I'm like, yeah, throw him under that bus, do it.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
I think he's telling the truth for once.
Perrin's
It's
just
that time.
The worst Oh,
that's great.
They just have the worst marriage.
Yeah.
And like, y'all are married, we're married. Like, I feel like after a few years of marriage, I have a good handle on like not being a dick all the time. And it is just shocking to me how consistently he's an asshole. And you're like, do you not you not see how like your unhappiness is at least partially caused by your actions in this? And he's so oblivious to that. And I don't fully blame him, right? Like Mon Mothma is lying to him always because she has made this decision. Her relationship with her daughter is fraught mostly because of her decisions. And
yeah, it wasn't their fault they were forced into a child marriage. Like,
but like, God, parent, dude, like I can tell you're unhappy, but like you're making yourself unhappy here.
Yeah.
No wonder your wife doesn't trust you.
Yeah.
He just got used to that fancy life, you know. He wants the status of being on Coruscant and like having friends like Sly Moore and
party animal.
He's skeezy, yeah.
But his clothes, man, God, that like the royal blue outfit that he came out in when he's, you know,
at the end
selling his daughter as chattel at the end. Jesus. I was like, God damn, dude, like that blue vest, gold, all the blue and the gold.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, they're like matching.
Yeah, not just him. I mean, that's the whole costume department crushed it. Mon Mothma's outfit as well was fantastic. I'm gonna pull up an image of it because just great.
Crisp.
I just love that they all look like fancy Jedis. Like if Jedis had money.
Well, they look like High Republic Jedi.
Yeah. They look like the art from the High Republic.
Yeah. Well, when we were first hearing about Mon Mothma being in the show, I was like, oh, I wonder if we'll see Chandrilla at all. Like when Vel was talking about going back home to Chandrilla, I was like, ooh, maybe we'll see that, which I doubt we'll have time for it in the next season. But I've always wanted to see what it looks like. And is everyone wearing cool outfits like that?
Yeah, I don't know if that's Coruscant or Chandrilla. I think Lita is wearing probably traditional Chandrillan garb, especially when she's at the meeting with the elder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The cult
I would
that she
assume,
joined?
Yeah.
That was shocking to me. When Lita is suddenly joining a cult, I was like, what? Oh.
Well, I think she's been in it since the start because she was wearing those robes in episode 5 when she was introduced. So I think she has always been in it. We just didn't know until now. Which I thought was such a like I love that move too of be like Davos Golden wants you to sell your daughter. And Mon Mothma's like, no. But then Lita is kind of low-key giving her permission by being into all these traditions. So then it makes it even hard. It's not like you're forcing her to marry anyone, but you know that it's the bad choice. And I was surprised that she went through with it.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see where we're going to jump a year into the future. Tony Gilroy already said that season 2 starts a year from now. So I'm like, are we going to get to a point where they've already broken up and she and Lita are like on good terms, or we're going to have to see that play out on screen? So it's just weird.
I just like it. What's so fun about it is I don't know how you mend that relationship. And so the writers have put themselves in one of those positions where I'm like, I can't wait to see what you do here. Because
it's going to go poorly.
Well, ultimately it does, right? And like, not to get, I don't, not to spoil anything, but like Mon Mothma does not live a very like happy life for the next. She eventually becomes the leader of the New Republic, but there's a lot of trials and tribulations before then. And I hope that we lean into that. I think if anything I want from season 2 though is I want Brea and Mon Mothma scenes, because we have the incredible like Jimmy Smits and the actress that they cast as Brea in the Kenobi show. I just want to see I want to see those two together because Brea was so fantastic, and I just the scene the political scenes from the Leia Princess of Alderaan book have just always those dinner scenes have always stood out to me in terms of like the kind of backdoor politicking that these senators have to do behind the Empire's back right now. And I felt like we leaned so hard into the things that Mon Mothma is doing in her apartments, which is fantastic. And I thought we got a lot of really excellent scenes there. But I'm hoping in season 2, we do get to see her kind of go out and interact with the other senators and people that are within her circle of this, coalition in a more public way. And that we get to see a little bit more of how she wheels and deals outside of just the pressure of this one financial thing, which I felt like kind of like pushed her into a corner narratively that didn't allow us to see her with a lot of other people. But yeah, her and Brea, that's my like big hope.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I think the most like heartbreaking scenes in the show to me were when she's like at the Senate, I believe, like
Yeah.
trying to speak to people and have them listen, and nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives her the time of day, and it was really hard to watch.
Yeah.
There's a couple. If you go
sad.
back to the scenes, there are a couple of like background yellouts though that are like on par with. But what is she proposing?
Yeah.
There's some great like. No, but she's right though. And you're like, what alien yelled that? Was it ET?
Yeah.
It would be really nice to see her interacting with people who are kind of on her level politics wise, like Bale, who are in on it, who are also trying to do the right thing behind the scenes. And so I want her to be interacting with other people of her status that are in on the rebellion.
It's so interesting seeing Mon Mothma at this point, and I was expecting Bail Organa to be in this season, and that things were going to be progressing along more. But I think it's more like Nemik's manifesto, where he's like, so many people are working towards the same goals. They've already enlisted and they don't even know it. And I like this idea that, and I don't think it contradicts anything yet, that Mon Mothma and Bail Organa have no idea, because we're still like 2 or 3 years away from Leia, Princess of Alderaan, when they definitely know they're on the same side. So we could get scenes where she and Bail are like, do you know something? I don't know. Do you know something? Like that Friends thing of like, you don't know. Like they're trying to figure out who knows what. And I think that would be really interesting to see them try to navigate that, kind of the same way Luthen is always like, no, I didn't do Aldhani. Saw, did you do Aldhani? Like, okay. And they're just dancing around things.
Mm-hmm.
Are we that far away from Leia, Princess of Alderaan? Because isn't she
Leia was
16?
She was turning
okay.
16 in that book. So that's 3 years before A New Hope. So I think we're 2 years away. So by arc, I guess we can figure this out. We can math this out. By arc number 2, she and Bail Organa should be together. Like,
but will Vivian be old enough to play 16-year-old Leia in 18 months?
She's like 11 now. So
do you think Disney's sitting there being like rolling the dice on when she's going to hit puberty?
Like, when can we put her into the
They're looking at like the like graph of like when each of the kids in that It movie sprouted up, and they're like, we're hoping she's more like a Finn Wolfhard than she is a
whatever. Just like have her be in there. Whatever. The Bo-Katan is like 60 in The Mandalorian, and they're like, who cares? It doesn't matter.
To be fair, in real life, she hasn't aged.
Right.
Like she looks, if you go back to like the first images of her in Battlestar Galactica, Katie Sackhoff has not aged a day in the like last 25 years.
Yeah,
that's funny. Oh my God. I love that Bo-Katan is like 65 years old. It's one of the funniest, because the one image of it's like everyone who's aged in that, and it's her, Ming-Na Wen, and then Tamora Morrison, and you're like, wow, one of these people lived a harder life than the other two.
Yeah, and Tim's only supposed to be like 20 years older. It's like not that much.
Yeah,
that's Sarlacc pit. Oof.
Oh yeah, that'll age you fast. Sarlacc pit, 2 sons. It's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ming-Na Wen's another one though. Like if you look at like Ming-Na Wen in like at the Mulan premiere and now, you're like, I don't know, maybe she's older, maybe not.
Yeah,
it's witchcraft.
Yeah.
I need some of that witchcraft though, you know.
Yeah, teach me.
Oh God. So we're here to talk about Andor. One of the things about this episode that I was a little, I don't know how I feel about yet, is related to Mon Mothma, literally, because it's her cousin, Cinta and Vel. I kind of felt like the episode didn't know what to do with them. Like they were there, and they were two that I just felt were there.
Yeah.
And not there in the same way that Luthen was there to witness, but they were there to do something and they didn't do it in a weird way.
Okay.
Cinta was there to hunt that one Imperial spy guy down, and she did exactly that. Like she was so obsessed and like had tunnel vision with that guy. And yeah, like she got him in the end. good job. But like,
Yep.
yeah, when Bella was there, I was like,
yeah.
I like talk to her.
I like the way you just phrased that of just, yeah, good job. Where that's what I see Cinta. Cinta is frustrating me. I think that's the point, is that she is just so, her family was murdered by stormtroopers. I understand her hate, but she is so focused on revenge and hate and like, sorry, Vel, I couldn't pick you up. I had to follow these two around. I had to just watch them. Didn't accomplish anything. And then when everything is going off, I was talking to our friend Mark from the Templin Institute, and he said he was surprised at Cyril like doing something. I don't want to say it's heroic, saving Dedra, but like he was protecting a life, and Cinta was hunting, and that Cinta should be like what the good guys normally do. Is the Jedi are all about protecting life. So in theory, Cyril was doing the more heroic thing in that moment. Cinta was out there for revenge. She was out there to just kill someone. That's it. And like Molly said, good job. You did it. You accomplished nothing. And then we immediately cut from that to Pegla, who is dragging B2 Emo to safety. A hero. He's the hero.
Hero of the rebellion right there.
Yeah,
honestly.
Thank God for Pegla.
Yeah.
I just love that his name is like, people are going to be like cheering for Pegla at Celebration next year. And if you don't know what people are talking about, it's going to be like the other people at the bar are going to be like, are they cheering about pegging? What is why? Those people are really excited about getting pegged, I guess. I don't know.
Don't know what's going on over here.
Yeah, Cyril, Cyril was so sweaty and horny in that scene. Like he got horny for heroism in a way that I was like,
Horny for heroism.
I did.
Oh, boy.
I saved some images from our reaction, and this is the first one I think we've specifically addressed, but this is us going, please don't kiss, please don't kiss, please don't kiss. Like,
we're just like, is this happening? Are they about to?
Yeah, I was so uncomfy through that whole thing. I was like, I hate all of this.
Which is weird. I had the same reaction in Rogue One when Cassian and Jyn are riding the elevator down and they're looking very intensely at one another. And I was like, don't kiss. We don't need this right now. And I'm glad, like, that's not what their relationship was.
I don't think you had as strong of a reaction to that as this.
No, I did not. This, I was like, do not kiss. I did not want that at all.
I was physically uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because
and it's
she's
so funny.
Like freaking out. She's like hyperventilating because she almost got torn to pieces. And he is like the most calm we've ever seen him. Like he is like, I've done my job, and now I know I'm gonna get some kind of reward, whether or not it's a kiss. I don't know.
I think that his reward will be that's what he needs.
He gets Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah.
He just really wants that ISB job.
I think that's what it's going to be. There's a job opening. Dedra just lost one of her raids.
Yeah, but is Dedra going to be in the ISB next season? Because
like that's the weird thing about the year.
So hard.
Yeah, the year time jump is like, we're gonna skip so much stuff. And I think that if Dedra's not in the ISB anymore, that just feels like a weird. Okay, which I'm sure they can deal with. I think that she can probably pass the buck to Tigo, and I mean, really, a lot of it is his fault. So if she just says like, no, that was Tigo's fault, and she's still in the ISB, and then brings Cyril along.
That is what they do. They kind of throw each other under the bus. But I was just remembering when we see the people at the ISB cheering over the Krieger job of like getting rid of them. They were kind of like, you know who is upset about this. So it feels like they're all kind of just done with her.
Well, and what's his face? He says like, if this was about wiping the taste of Aldani out of the Emperor's mouth, which is a scene I wish we could have seen. I wish I wish Palpatine had shown up to be like, ooh, yes, we killed Anton Krieger, good. But he says to her, he's like, look, if you want to continue this discussion, bring in Cassian Andor. And she doesn't. As far as she knows, Cassian Andor was never there. She has no proof that Cassian showed up. No one saw him. Everyone who did see Cassian is either not on Ferrix anymore or is dead. And so, she did this whole mission, lost a lot of people, and ultimately, like the speech, Marva's speech only plays because they're buying time for her to find Cassian, right? There's a lot of things that happen directly because of the choices that she makes that I'm just so curious to see how people respond to it. I wish, honestly, season 2 started with her in the ISB office trying to explain her actions. Like
Yeah,
that would be
that's
the most
like
interesting part of season 2 for me.
it is a very, I kind of wish that too, that we could just see the fallout from all of this. And I think you make a really good point, is that, yeah, bring in Cassian or find Axis, whatever, and then we'll keep talking. But it does kind of feel like Blevin's threat of like, you might want to study the ladder before you start climbing. And Partagaz, even though he was like, good job in there, watch your back. Like, there probably will be consequences for this. So maybe she'll just get knocked down a peg. But I do think she'll still be in the ISB.
Mm.
I just feel like that would be such a... There you go. Yeah. If she's back down to like an aide position, and now she and Cyril are like both like, we gotta find Cassie and Andor.
They're like more on the same level, because I can't see her not being in the ISB, but because she's been so beneficial to them over the rest of the season, right? Like I feel like her boss is smart enough to know her value, and I think letting that go completely would be like the poorer choice. I think that keeping her around and making her almost like earn back privileges and trust and respect is gonna make her work even harder to get Andor or get Axis or whoever it is, whatever her like ticket, her like golden ticket is.
I don't know that anyone gets to leave the ISB, right? Like I don't know that that's an organization
that you get to leave.
I think that if you're loyal long enough, you get to retire and never speak publicly again. But I don't know if you get like fired from there. If you have the Empire's secrets in your head, I think you either work there or you're dead.
They're not going to get her because they need her to go front and center on the pamphlet because they don't have any other women. It's her and Blevin on the cover, like, join the ISB.
Oh no.
The Empire's not all about the diversity hire by A New Hope. Right? They're trying diversity out 5 years out, but then
there's
things get significantly more white and male.
Nope, back to 70s men. If you got sideburns, you can come on in. We're all about sideburns and bad haircuts.
I hope they pass time in the second season by having Blevin grow in the like 70s sideburns, and each like year arc he just has a little bit. He's a little bit more 70s, and then for the final, Blevin like shows up to the finale with just full on like Tom Selleck mustache, just ready to go.
I'm here for it.
You know, I'm all about a mustache.
Everyone should have mustaches in season 2. Give B2 a little mustache.
Stop, Molly. Well, we haven't gotten to any drawing. We've been bouncing all over the place with this episode, but I'm just going to go ahead and I want to refocus us on Marva's speech a little bit, that area, because that was such an amazing moment. But I will share my drawing. I kind of combined some stuff, but I think it all works. That this was the most like freaked out I've been in a long time. I was scared. I was excited. I was pumped. Everything about this moment was amazing. A+, 10 out of 10 would watch again.
Brasso's eyes are haunting.
Yeah, that's a masterpiece.
Thank you. I was pretty like my original idea was just Blevin or Tigo kind of tipping him over, and then I had a lot of room behind him still, so I was like, I'm gonna put the brick in.
Your reaction that we filmed, like I've never seen Alex react that loudly to any other Star Wars show. He just like perks up and he goes, "Oh, you're dead," and starts laughing.
Alex, you look really happy that B2 got flipped over there. I don't know how I feel about your glee at B2's predicament.
Let me walk you through my whole process there. First, Tio approaches with his coat, and I perked up like, "What are you about to do to him?" And he just puts his coat on. I was like, "Okay." And then he just goes, he moves again, and I like tensed up, and he just tips him over. And that was light enough that I just kind of laughed, and I was like, Oh, you're dead. Before the words left my mouth, Brasso had incapacitated 3 people. So that's why I'm cheering, is because there was no hesitation. They touched B2 Emo and Brasso was like, I'll murder all of you. It was so good.
It's
With
what Nimmick
Marva's
said.
ashes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Marva is like, if I could come back, I would wake up early and fight. And then Brasso takes her dead body and beats stormtroopers in the head with it. And I was like, you know what? It's a satisfying conclusion for someone who wanted to be a rebel.
Yeah, I made the prediction last week that they were gonna take Marva, take her brick and turn it into an actual bomb. So I was like, I was close. There was a bomb, and then there was Marva's brick that bashed in a couple of heads. So I'm gonna take that as a win.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Brasso, he suddenly came through as like the most violent person in the show. From episode 3, when he crashes the Imperial spaceship into
which man, like
he anchors that ship down so it crashes. I was like, Brasso's
right.
Brasso's a violent rebel. He's more ready to kill people than I think anyone else in Ferrix was at the time.
Yeah.
And he was waiting for everyone to just get on his level.
He headbutts that stormtrooper, just like, yep, this is what I'm doing.
And the stormtrooper goes down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I had to find it because that was one of my favorite moments of the original 3 episodes. Just they were building up that tension and just watching him walking away, kind of like dusting off his hands. I was like, what did you just do?
He's not afraid to get his hands dirty.
I'm like, tell me, I defy anyone to tell me one negative thing about this man. He has been
He's so mad.
He's been nothing but helpful this entire series. When has he not been helpful? I love him so much.
He also seems like he's 9 feet tall. Like
he's the big man.
They keep putting him next to people, and I keep thinking, like, I think I've got a handle on his height. And then when he and Diego Luna hug in the tunnel, I was like, oh, that man is large. Like, he's like my height. Like, it was wild.
Yeah. I saw the tweet that was like, under the definition of a real one is just a picture of Brasso.
We need to get our friend Ryan, who you met at Dragon Con, the tall guy. We got to get him to cosplay as Brasso. That'd be amazing.
Yes. Oh my God, yes.
Yeah, it's fun. I love how quiet he is. Like they've played him as violent, and he's extreme and he's committed, but he's a little bit soft spoken, and he just represents a kind of person that you don't see a lot of in these big like science fiction or fantasy epics, where it's all about these big speeches and it's all about kind of, Aragorn leading the charge by riding up and down the line, screaming at the top of his lungs. And Brasso kind of leads the people of Ferrix into this rebellion without saying anything, right? He walks in holding the stone and he lands the first blow, but it's not with words. It's just with his presence and with the loyalty that he's built up with this community for so long. Everybody always looks to him for anything. If there's new information, somebody takes it to him. And it's lovely to see this gentle giant be such a leader without being blustery. And bringing a different kind of leadership to the Star Wars universe that I really appreciated.
Yeah.
And like Marva gave a lot of her last words to give to Cassian to him. Like he was kind of the messenger for those, which is really sweet. And it just shows like what a key member of this society he was.
It's
what
again,
a cool guy.
Our friend Mark from the Temple Institute was talking about just how great Ferrix was and how we got to know a community where so many of these outer rim, desert, dirty planets, whatever, they're out of the way. Like they're usually a place where Luke looks off into the sunset and he wants to escape. But everyone on Ferrix is proud to live there. Everyone has their role, like they are a true community. And yeah, sometimes like Cassian owes people money and that doesn't mean there's not conflict. But for the most part, they are all like, no, we are citizens of Ferrix. And we all have a role to play. And that was in the first episode. So I love that was just a through line all the way. Even though we didn't spend a ton of time in Ferrix in like the middle 8 episodes, the fact that we feel like we got to know it so well is great.
It's funny that I didn't realize till just now when you said that. Like we don't get a lot of that in Star Wars. People who have who are dedicated to their like hometowns and want to like, I mean, maybe more so in the Clone Wars, but in the main movies, it's a little bit harder to find. That was nice. And it feels like something that was missing from Star Wars.
Yeah, I mean, it's an understandable. A lot of Star Wars is very coming of age. It's very like, hey, I grew up here, and I know there's a wider world out there. So whether it's Luke or Anakin or Rey and whatever desert planet they're stuck on, they want to go somewhere else. I really liked in the book Free Fall, the Poe Dameron story. He was born on Yavin 4, which is like the end of Luke Skywalker's journey. His first adventure ends on Yavin 4, and still Poe is like, but I grew up here and I want to go out there. But since Andor is not so much a coming of age story, it's more adult, it's more mature, whatever that means to you. I think they focus on, and now you've lived in a community and you are an adult, you've chosen where you want to be. So what does that look like? And how do you punch Nazis there? Like that's
well, and weirdly, there's almost no kids. Like Ferrix
that is true.
All adults. there's almost no couples. Like Tim and Bix are the only real like couple that we see in Ferrix. The youngest kid I think that we like meet from there is the one who builds the bomb.
Yeah.
But even he's like 20, right? Like maybe he's 18, but it is interesting that it is a community that seems to be built all around adults who are kind of already on a set life path but aren't married and having kids yet. Like it kind of takes place in that weird Friends timeline where like everyone on Friends is between the age of like getting your first real job and having kids, and it's kind of in that same place, other than the Daughters of Ferrix, obviously. But
yeah, that's different.
I was gonna bring up the Daughters of Ferrix because it feels like we saw like all the men going off to work in whatever job that was. They had all those like giant
scrapping
gloves, scrap yards or whatever. I feel like the Daughters of Ferrix are the women that are kind of like running the show behind the scenes, because we didn't see a lot of them until the very end. So, and they like the Empire just kind of writes them off. Oh, it's a social club.
Social club,
yeah.
They're an annoyance.
Yeah.
That wall of gloves, when we first saw it, I was so sure that it was like a memorial to people who had like died in the mines. And then when they revealed that it's just where people leave their gloves overnight, I was like, what? You leave them outside on a wall? Like, what if it rains? Does it not rain on Ferrix? And they hang them.
We saw it storm
today.
Yeah.
But everyone just leaves their gloves outside on this one wall. I was like, oh wow, yeah, there must not be a lot of crime here.
Maybe
everyone's
like,
a community.
Maybe the gloves don't like belong to a specific person. They like lease them out.
No. That is disgusting. That is awful. Do you know how sweaty people's hands get when they work?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if they shared gloves?
I'm just saying.
Maybe there's like a cover that we didn't see them pull down over that.
Oh, like one of those like stands where they like have a sheet that they like
all the Disney stands in Disneyland have that. When it rains and they're like no toys for anybody.
Yeah.
But when it rains, it washes the gloves and then you can share them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
exactly.
No.
Yeah.
The time grappler after he bangs bedtime, he goes and he like closes down all of the glove.
He closes up shop. I feel like you should share your picture.
Oh, my favorite moment.
I was about to guess. I was about to guess what yours was, and I think it's related to our current discussion. So I'll just let you show it.
I don't want to show it after your drawing because I did it really fast and it's terrible. I can't draw. I'm a performing artist, not a visual artist, but this is what I drew.
That is almost exactly what I drew.
I feel like I got the essence of it, right? Like emotionally, I think you understand what's going on.
I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
It requires no further explanation.
Because when we were talking about drawings, Alex, I was going to draw what Alex drew, and then I was like, I guess I'll draw the time grappler instead. But then I also did mine really fast.
I've listened to it a couple times. I don't think they threw the Wilhelm scream in there, but I do kind of wish they had as a nod to the Stars in general. Andor was like, no, we're not doing that. But I was kind of like, if you're gonna do it, this would have been the perfect time to just throw because I think it's in every movie, and
just about
way too many episodes of the Clone Wars. But I was like, oh, this would have been the perfect time for the
I thought for sure that he was gonna use those hammers to like bash someone's head in, but just the simple kick, because he was like so regimented in his job, and it made so much more sense after he just kicked the stormtrooper, because he has too much respect for his hammers and his whatever that thing is, the bell thing that he
hits.
It's
a Beskar anvil.
It's actually Beskar.
Oh, you were like, it looks kind of like Beskar.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. But I was like,
get ready for Dark Horse's 5-part series about how a Beskar anvil made it to Ferrix. Coming this fall.
But I'll show mine because it's almost the same.
Oh, I love your stormtrooper.
It's great. Yeah, that's perfect.
That is so
a little
funny.
hard to get the details in there with dry erase marker, but
of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought for sure we would see the time grappler leave his tower and like get in on the fight, but I almost think it's better that he didn't.
I'm really happy with the way that they went about it, because I remember in episode 3, I've been saying this for like 9 weeks now, that all of the metal banging, I was like, surely when Marva's like, you got to be worried when the banging stops. And I was like, the time grappler is about to like come up in that tower and signal something. And that didn't happen. And again, it's like one of those predictions where they just made you wait. And so the fact that they were like, oh, the funeral's going to start in 2 hours, and then you just start hear bang, you're like, oh shit, time grappler's going. So like he is signaling like it's time to go. But then we also wanted him to fight. So he got a kill. I'm happy with that. And that's another reaction that we froze out.
Yeah.
Alex, you look so intense.
Time
like
grappler be
watching,
grappling. Like
WWE or something like that. Like
yeah.
I will
Honestly,
say about the fight though, once the rebellion, once it breaks out, one of the things I really appreciated about it is that it didn't have any sense of like a lot of fight choreography will have a push and a pull to it, like, oh, this side's winning more and then this side comes back, and this had none of that. It was just chaotic, and it was a bunch of characters put into a position where everyone is just reacting, and it made it feel so realistic that I didn't feel like anybody won. I don't feel like anyone got even any momentary victories. There was just loss and confusion, and that made it feel so much more real to me, considering what the scene was about, in a way that I thought was brilliant. Like some of the individual fight pieces are really good. The headbutt is really good. Vel running into, she goes full Bruce Wayne from Batman v Superman and runs into the smoke.
Yeah.
Like there were individual shots that were beautiful and well choreographed, but the fight as a whole was just a mess. And it's the kind of thing that everyone walks away from going, I don't know if the people I love are okay, right? And it just felt so visceral, and like I was on my edge. I couldn't believe how good it was.
Well, and that's how Cyril is able to get Deirdre away from the crowd, right? Because no one's really paying attention to what's going on. He just suddenly has a gun, and he's dressed like one of them. And so they're like, people just go with it, right?
Yeah, and she takes that rock to the head. That shot was like,
yeah.
Look, I don't love her. I love the actress. I watched a couple of interviews with her this week, which were weird because she's like
wonderful,
delightful.
Yeah.
her and the actor who plays Cyril have an interview together where they're like joking and like ribbing each other, and I was like, this is weird. Like you two are very nice.
Yeah.
But I'll point out we got to do. Oh yeah, we got to do an interview with both of them before it came out. We were part of like a big roundtable interview. I forget what the question was, but they made a joke about season 1 and their story being a love story, and everyone was like, "Oh," ha, ha, ha. And now everyone's like, "Wait, what?
What do you mean? What kind of love?"
But
yeah,
but she Denise Goff and Kyle Solar were wonderful. Kenneth from Father and Son Galaxy podcast, he's a younger kid, and he asked a question, and they were so excited. They were like, "You're the youngest person we had a question from," and they wanted to take a picture of him on the screen, and they were like so enthusiastic. They were the best.
Aw.
And now that we've seen the whole season, what would be the youngest age that you would show Andor to? Because I think that this is I think that this is around the same age that I would show like Revenge of the Sith to, rather than a lot of other Star Wars properties.
I might even go older, not because like nothing about it is graphic, but it's I just don't know that they would enjoy it, and that's and it is slow. Like I totally understand people who are like, I want a little more excitement and action and movement in my Star Wars. Like that's totally fair.
Andor's not for everybody, and we've had people be like, "Oh, how are you liking Andor?" And I'm like, "Look, if you like this kind of show, like if this is your jam, Andor's great. But it's not your typical Star Wars, and it's not for everybody." And I think that that's just important to recognize, because people who are like, "I don't like Andor," it's like, well, that's not it's not a bad thing. We all like different things from our entertainment, right? Some people just want to watch something without having to analyze all the backdoor politics and who's manipulating who and stuff like that, right? And some people really enjoy that, but
I just don't know that I would show the Bix scene to a kid.
The Bix,
where she has that scene was one of the most haunting images I've seen this year.
Yeah,
and Adria Argento, she deserves so many laudits for she's so good. And I hope that the rehab that Bix goes off to recover from season 1 is just glorious. But that scene was the one that I was like, oh, I don't think I would even show this to a 13-year-old. I would have the first 2 episodes.
I was gonna say 14, 14, 15 and up.
Yeah, 14, 15.
It's not graphic, but it is it's just messed up.
Yeah. Well, and his description of it is just, if you're a kid who's old enough to understand what he's saying, it is so horrifying.
Yeah.
There's adult concepts in Star Wars, but I'm going to torture you by playing you the sounds of dying children is that's Game of Thrones level craziness that I'm glad that they were allowed to go there, right? I'm glad that there was, because of what the quality of the show ultimately is. When I look back on the first 12 as a unit, I'm so glad that there were it doesn't feel like they were there were lines placed around them. They're no, do what you're going to do. Tell the story you're going to tell. Because that doesn't feel like Star Wars to me in a way, but now it feels like a part of Star Wars in a way that I wouldn't want to lose. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I do think I've seen some people throwing around, I can break this out that I made for us. I do think that
you added more.
Yeah, because we have guests.
It's impressive how well they line up with where our heads are.
Yeah.
I'm very good at my job. I saw people speculating that instead of fight the Empire, Marva said fudge the Empire, but she didn't say fudge. And I think that's true. But I also am glad they didn't do that. Mosk saying shit is one thing, but I feel like the F-bomb in Star Wars would have been a step too far. Thoughts?
I think even shit's a little weird.
It's weird because because those are words that have evolved in our society. They're not words that they would have different exclamations. It's like saying, "Oh my God." That came from the fact that there's a God and it's bad to use his name and whatever. I'm sorry, I'm not religious, but it's that kind of thing where it evolves from something that's much deeper. And so the fact that Star Wars and it's not common, that's D&D, it's
basic.
The fact that their basic would be different than ours in ways, I think that makes a lot of sense. I feel like it would be weird to throw swears into Star Wars now, because it would seem like they're I don't know, it would feel like they were trying to try too hard to make it adult.
I think that's just been established what the language is in Star Wars and around swears, and there is they've built up that there are swears in Star Wars that aren't ours because they have different meanings. It'd be weird if a character was like Jesus Christ. You know what? I'd be like,
right?
Who?
Oh yeah. Oh,
Who's
I already
Jesus
get
Christ in
questions
Star
all the
Wars?
time of like, Han said hell once. Does that mean hell exists in Star Wars? And I'm like, I
Oh.
guess it does.
I was gonna bring that up too, because Poe
Yeah.
says "What the hell" in the Last Jedi too. It's like I feel like sometimes it just kind of slips through from the creator's viewpoint, and Tony Gilroy just strikes me as the kind of guy who's like, no, we're not saying dank ferric here. We're saying shit. Move on.
He doesn't want to say poodoo.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not saying. I don't want that.
I feel like there was probably an argument there. I think they probably. I'm like fully in on this tinfoil hat. I think they said something else in that scene, and they were like, "Well, Tony, you can say Criff or Scob," or and he was like, "Never mind, just change it to fight."
Yeah,
like, they're like, "We gave you shit. We're not going to give you the F-bomb."
I think the F-bomb would. I think it would have taken me out of it in a moment that I didn't want to get taken out of it.
I think I probably in the moment would have said F yeah and punched my fist in the air. After the fact, I think I would have been like, I don't know. So I think it was the good choice. But I kind of like that they may have played with that.
Well, the people that are watching this with their younger kids probably wouldn't have enjoyed that.
Right.
Or maybe they would have.
I don't know that people care about the F-bomb anymore. It's weird, but like, because one of my concerns when we started doing content was like, we don't really moderate our language for our shows. And we say some pretty messed up stuff. Our book club on Fridays, we have like a smut corner as a section where we add sex scenes into the book that we're reading. And so I was like, oh, no one's going to, like, we're not brand safe. That's fine. We'll make money another way. But then brands have reached out and we've been working with brands and like, they don't seem to care anymore. And I find it very strange. Mm-hmm. It's like the swear words just don't have the same weight that they have. And maybe that's just because I lived in New York for so long and the F-bomb there is like, you can't order a bagel without someone yelling the F word at you, but it's
come on down to the Bible Belt. It feels different.
Yeah. That's you know what? That's fair.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Driving out of Georgia was an experience.
Yes.
Oh, it's a good old time.
Some of those billboards.
They're hilarious.
The ones that just say Jesus.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Waffle House, next exit.
Yeah.
There was one that was like my favorite billboard driving down, and we laughed about it for like 4 miles, was like, Jesus will find you even from behind. And we were like,
you're like, what is that?
What is what?
He'll sneak up on you.
It's like that Schitt's Creek, the billboard from Schitt's Creek, where they're like, do you not see the innuendo?
Yeah.
My favorite billboard, Jesus billboards, are the ones with the zombies on them.
Oh yeah.
Like, what?
Just like you're like, these have to be a joke, and they're not a joke. I think they're on their way down to Orlando.
There was one that I will never forget, and it was along the lines of like, women don't belong in trade schools, and I was like, okay.
Well, that goes back to the epic Burger King tweet. Maybe the best tweet on Twitter, which was when Burger King tweeted, women belong in the kitchen.
Oh yeah, and then they replied to it.
They're like, if they want to, here we're donating $250,000 to women going to culinary school.
Oh my god!
And it was just like the worst.
Yeah,
I do remember that day on Twitter.
Oh yeah, women belong in the kitchen if they want to. Here's money.
Someone really wanted to make that joke work.
I mean, it did work. Everyone was like, "What is this?"
People talked about it.
Burger King still exists.
I remember that day.
It didn't shut them down. Mm-hmm. They should be shut down. Burger King's an atrocity, but
you're gonna offend a lot of people.
I don't care. Of the fast foods, Burger King is the worst.
I don't remember the last time I ate Burger King. Arby's has curly fries, which I don't mind, but I haven't eaten it in Arby's in years.
Arby's has the meats though, Molly. You got it if you want the meats.
That sounds like a weird disease or like reaction that
so
you get.
Far out of control.
I got the meats.
Well, since we're talking about kitchens, shout out to our boy in the kitchen, the chef.
Tinnick. Yeah.
Oh, Tinnick, man. Like, I love you.
Where's Biggs? That way.
But also,
sorry, but
that wasn't that helpful.
Sorry.
He just kind of nodded.
Yeah, and then Cassian walks past like 9 doors, and you're like, I guess Cassian knows what door it is. But
Tinnick knew exactly what he was,
that's Cassian walks away from him, and as he's walking away, Tinnick is like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna. dude, I'm sorry about your mom. And I was like, oh, that's fucking, that's Community right there. I did so good.
Funny. Like we police our language usually on the channel, unless we do like an After Dark stream or, in the second half and I have another beer, it sometimes comes out. If Herschel Walker comes up again, might be some more F-bombs thrown around,
but guys, have you heard of vampires? They're crazy.
Stop. We're getting off topic again.
That was on you. I tried to get us back to Andor.
Right. It's my fault. You just latched on. You yes-anded me.
Oh God.
But there's something I did want to bring up.
Though, Alex.
There's something I wanted to talk about that you brought up that is related to the kitchen and how Cassian got into the kitchen. When Molly and I were watching this episode right before we started this, there's a line from Nimic in episode 5 where he says no one expects an attack from below, and they specifically show all of the Imperials looking for Cassian up and around because Nurchi told them that. But then he like comes from underneath the hotel, and just not only that, but in general, this series has had so many amazing through lines and repeats like that, or all of the talk about sleep and when Cassian can or can't, and when Ferrix has been asleep, and just little moments that keep getting repeated. And I've loved the series for all of that.
Climb is another one that keeps being brought up. I really clung to all the lines that we got from Clem in this episode, that little flashback we saw of Cassian's adopted father, because one of his lines is, people don't look down when they should. It's like another way to say that same thing. And like, yeah, so many lines connect to each other throughout this whole series, spoken by different people in different scenarios. It's the writing has truly spoiled Star Wars fans, I think.
Well, and even the way Marva initially brings up the tunnels it's almost like this offhand remark that she makes. And everyone's like, oh, no, go back to bed. Oh, yeah, the tunnels. Yeah, it's time for you to go back to bed. You need to take your medicine. And it also plays into the, people overlook the elderly and they overlook the young, right? And nobody expects Marva to bring about this moment of rebellion at her own funeral. So much so that they let the recording play from at the beginning, because they're like, oh, okay, she's going to say her final words, whatever. It's going to be more of a nuisance to turn it off, which might spark rebellion, than to just let this old lady say whatever she's going to say about how she's been here before, right? And it is in overlooking her inner strength, because she doesn't have physical strength, that they make that mistake. And, they don't know about the tunnels because they're not looking for them. And it really is the many faceted ways they show where rebellion can come from over the course of this season. Because it can come from anywhere, right? It can come from an over-policed prison population that feels like they've been affronted in too many ways. It can come from the elderly who have watched their home disappear before their eyes. It can come from the young who have been raised in a world where there has never been an opportunity for them to see the world their grandparents have seen. And so by showing that all of these people across so many locations have the same grudge, they're showing that like there are all of these little pieces of wood, and if they can just come together, they can light the spark that will burn the Force Order to the ground. Which is a mouthful of a line, but the idea of that rebellion that is in all of Star Wars from the beginning to the end of the Skywalker saga, they're showing how all of those pieces exist just naturally. They just happen because people want freedom and people want life. And yeah, beautiful sentiment.
I mean, it's really, it's really well done that we get to see it from so many different perspectives, right? We see it from like the and sorry, I'm like the worst one with names here. With the on the first planet that they go to for the original arc, breaking into steal the money.
Aldhani.
On Aldhani, the locals there, even they have their own, not exactly rebellion, but they're like, they have something to say, and they have feelings that they feel about the Empire being there and doing what they're doing. And the Empire always makes the mistake of overlooking the people that they think of as lesser, right? And then, like you said, you have like the young, like Nemic, who made such a difference and was, oh my god, like RIP, which is like the most like gut-wrenching, intelligent, and forceful character. And then you have Marva, who represents the elderly, like you said, and you get to see the scope of how the Empire has affected all communities and all peoples, and how they take that. Even the two guys who were fishing and picked up Andor and his buddy, they're like, oh yeah, screw the Empire, let's go.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, that I love that they looked like they were mini bosses in like some like The Witcher, and then they turn out to just be two nice guys who offer them a ride. You're like, oh.
Yeah. I was like, oh no. But yeah, it's been a brilliant ride.
Oh yeah, I love, and you actually made me think of something going back to episode 6, where I was kind of like, I don't really know why they keep cutting back and forth between the heist and what the Donnie are doing and their ceremony. And I speculated that was their version of the Sound of a Reckoning. And now I'm like, yeah, I think you're right. I think that was just showing they have their own culture and they're being forced out of it because of the Empire, because the Empire just shows up and they shrug off all of the weird stuff that they don't understand. And like, they don't see people. They're just like, you're not Donnie. You're not from Ferrix. You're just Imperial. Why can't you just be Imperial? Be like this one thing. And that's what I loved about this episode. Like, they kept referring to their box. Like, we're going to put the Ferrix people, they can have 40 people and they're going to be here. And that's our box. And it's like, we just want you to be this. And if you can't be this, then we're going to make you be that. And if you won't be that, we're going to find a new way. We're going to try to keep on making you do that. And eventually we're going to build a Death Star. But like, it all goes back to Leia. And like, the more you try to force people, the more you tighten your grip, the more they're just going to slip through your fingers. Yeah. And it's like, that's all the Empire knows, is how to like, okay, well, that didn't work. Let's do it, but bigger. The first Death Star didn't work. Let's do another Death Star. That one blew up too. How about Starkiller Base? Like, that's just, that's all they can think of. Well, and then that goes back to like the freaking power doesn't panic, and seeing Tigo panicking the second he loses control. And he's just like, shoot them all. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, no, 100%. And like, my hot take is that's why I love the Ewoks. Like, I will fight to defend episode 6 with my final breath. Like, I think that they represent something so minute in like the eyes of the Empire and in the scale of the universe, but that's like the beating heart underneath of it. And those are the elements about Andor that I really loved the most, for sure.
And even Han is like, short help's better than no help.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, it's the same thing. We showed up on this planet. We're not going to bother to learn anything about these little tiny cute bears. Oh, they eat people? Oh no. What have we done?
Surprise.
Oh man. Yeah. And led to like one of the greatest mods for a game ever was the Ewok hunt at night in Battlefront 2.
Yeah.
When you're just hunting down Stormtrooper. Like, God, that brought me so much joy in the most darkly delicious way. But also, to bring up the Ewoks, I really enjoyed that Andor wasn't completely devoid of aliens. We got a couple of aliens, including I don't know what the gas mask people are called, but that one guy got dragged through the
in the crowd.
In the crowd scene, he got dragged through the barricade, which was rough.
Yeah.
But also in the bar, there was a little guy, and I want to know more about him because I thought he was going to come back for the fight because he was in the bar, and I was like, "Who is that little guy?" And he had like a little spacesuit. So there's a couple of characters I'm excited for some Star Wars Explained videos on.
That made me think of Cabe from the Cantina scene. I don't know if that was the same. Probably wasn't the same species, but might be the same idea. Like, let's throw a little guy in there.
I was about to say, if I could criticize the show for a second, where was Vetch? He should have come back. I had the same thought of him being like, Nurchi, no. Just give him one line of be like, you're being bad, Nurchi. But I missed Vetch.
Speaking of Nurchi, that was a surprising twist for me. But that was a character. I think we were both waiting for him to have his turn and do the right thing. And then when the grenades go off and he's just gone.
Yep.
It's one of those things where you feel for the guy, because on the one hand, like, he's trying to live, and there are people who make bad choices under oppressive regimes because they don't really have much choice, and he's not evil, right? I don't think that he was evil, but he was just sympathetically wrong, and his death is very tragic to me, and because I think that he's looking out that window, seeing the opportunity to do the right thing, and he never gets the chance to take that. He never gets a chance for his redemption. And that one hit me weirdly, because it was a character who, like, I didn't care all that much about, but I felt so much from him in these final episodes, these final moments.
Well, he hears Marva's speech, and you can tell that he's moved by it. And we know from the beginning of the show that he had a relationship with Cassian and knew who Marva was, and like he says all that stuff like, it sucks to he just left his mom like that. Like he feels for him, but at the same time, he's just doing what he has to do to survive, and he saw an opportunity and he took it. And his last moments sitting there, like, you can tell he's considering, maybe I'm not doing the right thing, and then he's just dead. Ugh.
I think he regretted it, but that's the core of Star Wars, is selfish versus selfless. Like that's it. You go against the community and it leads to bad things. So that it lined up for me, but like you said, like, weirdly effective death. And the same goes for, like, not deaths, but just characters like Willman, who I'm like, we barely got any time with you. But then Mohamed Bayer, I think is his name, that actor just crushed it. And I was like, I can see your grief and your rage and everything in between. And there was something about, I don't know. I defy you to find a bad character in this show, like a poorly casted character. Everyone was so good. Even if they had like one scene, I was like, you're just crushing this. Like the first woman in the brothel, we see her twice, and I was like, she's great. Like, I'm pulled into this world. Yeah. Everyone's so good.
She killed it.
Yeah, they just went to the cast of Chernobyl and was like, hey, now that Chernobyl's done, who's got time to come be in a Star Wars? I don't think there's any bad performances. I think that ultimately the only questions I walk away from season 1 with are the things that I wish we'd gotten more of. And knowing that we're getting season 2 helps with that, but that at best 1.5 year gap between now and season 2 is like, oh man, because Rings of Power is doing it, Game of Thrones is doing it. There's like this weird, like, all the shows that premiered in 2022 do not come back in 2023.
And then they're all going to come back at the same time again. And we're all going to, oh my God.
And DragonCon.
While we're at DragonCon.
Yeah, and like Pedro Pascal is going to have The Last of Us and The Mandalorian coming out at the same time next year, which sounds crazy to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're in this weird time where streamers have given up on like television schedules in a way that I find really interesting. And I like the idea of not every show starts October 2nd, right? Like they used to, where like everything dropped. The first week of October, you'd go to New York Comic Con, you'd watch they would play all the pilots for all the new shows, and then they would drop over the next week. And it was a fun start to the television season. And then Sweeps Week would end it. And then we'd take the summer to watch really terrible reality sports competitions. And we'd come back with Grey's Anatomy on September 26th, like always. Streamers have given up on that, but I kind of wish that the streamers would bring back this show is a March show, and we're going to have it in March every year. Because I do kind of feel like I lose some of these shows. And Andor is one of those shows that I hope people are still excited for in 2 years. And I hope that the distance between seasons doesn't temper the excitement that I feel like the show's finally sitting in, right? I felt like the first 6 weeks of the release of the show were a little bit tepid online for Andor fans. And I feel like there were a bunch of people saying everybody has to get into it. It's here, it's great. And then it started like around the Narkina arc, where I started to really feel like there was a change in the discussion around it, and that there was a lot more people coming to Andor and going, I caught up, I get it. And I feel like going into this finale, the excitement is finally there. And I feel like we've built up this swell of hype, and it's going to be curious to see with the Star Wars universe moving back into post Return of the Jedi world, the Mandalorian verse for the next year, where we're going to get Mandalorian and Ahsoka. And not Rangers of the New Republic, but the other things that we're getting in that time period to come back to this period. I hope that they find the way to market that and get this hype level again, and that the show doesn't have to start back from where they were at episode 1.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I do kind of miss having, like, the Mandalorian had it for one season. They were like, okay, season 1 starts in November, season 2 starts late October, and now we're like, it's just kind of all over the place. So I do miss having that kind of consistency, a little bit of relying on, hey, the Bad Batch is going to start up again in September or what it was May originally, and now it's a year and a half later before we start getting it. But yeah, I have faith that people are going to keep up with the way the streaming thing is now. I guess I'm not worried about it at all. People still seem hyped about The Mandalorian, despite it taking basically 2 years off. So I think it'll be okay.
Well, we got
but
like
I agree.
2 episodes of The Mandalorian this year. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
But from our point of view, I do agree that like it started off slow and then it just started to build. I mean, just looking at our own videos, it was like early on, pretty small response view wise, but as it kept on going, it only kept building after the first week.
It was
Every
Andy
week it got,
Andy Serkis. That was
I'm
solely his doing.
Yeah.
he's so
People were like,
attractive.
"Oh, Andy Serkis is in this. I'll check it out."
Yeah, exactly.
We haven't talked at all about the post-credit sequence.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that
that's
up.
that's a great way to end this segment, because we'll finish this. We'll let you plug everything, and then we'll take a quick break, and then we'll answer chat questions, because I figured we'd go a little long because it was the finale. But let's talk about the post-credit sequence.
Oh boy.
There, I got it. There.
The Death Star.
Oh, is that what
freaking
that
Death
was?
Star. But it's called the motor ball.
Oh, I was
Didn't
so
notice.
confused.
Didn't notice.
I was like, what is this ball?
So that's what
I'm
they were
pretty sure-
building.
yeah, I'm convinced that they saw my video about how we're never going to actually learn what that was, and they were like, "Let's get him." And so they
Well,
they-
here's the thing: there were no actors in that
They
scene,
were
so
like-
they definitely just watched your video. We're like,
Mhm,
okay, just
mhm.
tack this on to the very, very end, and we just CGI the whole thing because we don't need to book anyone for it.
Disney called up their VFX studio and they're like, hey, we know you're working on Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, but probably Avatar. We know you're trying to finish Avatar, but we need you to make this shot for Star Wars really quick.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the Death Star being fairly complete for 5 years out?
it tracks to me, because the holdup was not constructing the Death Star. The holdup
It was
was
the
Galen
laser.
Erso. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And
Cool.
and it was like testing it, right? Like they were still trying to figure out its full capabilities, if I understand correctly.
Yeah.
I guess they've never shot it at that point, right?
Yeah.
Huh.
They'd had some like tests of just the super laser on its own. Basically, this is all in Catalyst, but this is when the book Catalyst, Galen Erso is working on a super laser. He doesn't know he's working on a super laser, so he flees with Jen and Lyra once he finds out. So the work stalls without him until Krennic finds him, brings him back, and then he still kind of tries to find ways to stall until he's like, they're gonna build it with or without me, so then I'll put my trap in. But to me, this tracks that the Death Star is basically done. They're just trying to figure out how the super laser works at this point.
It also might need some like serious renovations inside to we don't know. They got
Yeah,
like
can
the
you
frame
imagine-
of the house, but
Can you imagine being the crew, the janitorial crew that's there for those 5 years keeping it? Because it's not dusty when we get to New Hope. You know what I mean? Like someone has been keeping that place spick and
it's
span.
OP Pit.
It's OP Pit by himself.
It's
I
OP
love
Pit's
that.
original job.
Canon.
Uh,
Bang.
Oh my god, I love OP Pit. so much.
It's like one of his favorite characters. I've never
He's
seen.
great.
Was it Rebels?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Resistance.
Resistant. I haven't seen it yet, so
I have
He's
my
got- He's got that Swiffer just all over the Death Star on the inside.
yeah, because the First Order hasn't taken it away from him yet. Oh, Peepit has like low key the funniest background arc of any character in any television show, and it's never like brought up in dialogue. It's only in the backgrounds of scenes. It's brilliant, so good.
Agreed.
Everyone sleeps
wonderful.
on Resistance, and I think that show is like actually delightful. And Peepit's the best part.
It's for
I have-
sure, like, made for a younger audience. But if you go
Mhm.
in with that mindset, you're like, this is perfectly enjoyable. I think
Yeah.
it would have continued to age up. But yeah, like OP Pit is a treasure. And so is
Amazing.
everyone credits the Bad Batch for introducing Clink, who I still have sitting on my desk. But Clink, this droid first appeared in Resistance. So
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, like I remember being at the celebration panel in 2019 for Resistance, where that cast, no cast has ever been more excited to be in a Star Wars than them. Like they were just, it was so fun to get to be there. And then they gave out OPPIT posters, which it's the front side is the like faces, the Tower of Faces poster, but if you flip it over, it's just OPPIT trying to scrub like footprints off the back of the poster. And it's like my pride and joy.
That is genius.
It's
Oh
great.
my god.
But the post-credit scene, I think it is so funny that we see this funny in a very dark way, but we see this terribly brutal system to build these pieces, but they're put in place by droids.
Mm.
And you're like,
and we still don't know what they are. So in that way, I am right. We don't know what they are and what they do, but
They're
they are
just
for the
little-
Death Star.
They're just
They're the
little
arms-
connectors.
they're the arms that pivot the dish.
Okay.
So like,
Yeah.
because it looks
Okay.
like they're the only
Oh,
moving
okay.
piece, so
I
they
gotcha. I
move the
gotcha.
mirrors of the reflector dish to aim
Okay.
the laser. Is what
You're so smart.
that's what I got from it.
No, that makes
Yeah.
perfect sense.
I was like, I don't know what they're there for.
Because
Well,
they're
shit.
putting
Now
it-
we know exactly what they are.
Sorry.
You ruined it.
You know
I'm
what?
happy
Someone
and
had to
mad at
explain
the
something
same
to
time.
Star Wars Explained, okay? It's
You-
time Alex Damon,
You need that on a t-shirt.
2022 Dragon Con champion,
I
is
got
taking
you.
off his... You don't want to do this. This is when the show... Okay, welcome to Smut Corner. We're going to put sections into Andor.
You need a shirt that says I explained something to Star Wars.
Yeah.
Alex,
a good
I think
idea.
you have to make that shirt and give
That's
it
a
to
good
him.
idea.
think
I like
that's
that
what-
idea.
Oh my god! I will have a shirt next year though. That's just the photo of you and I in our Hut Slayer bikinis.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
That
yeah.
photo is a cherished treasure.
Oh, that night was wild.
Oh, yeah. For people
Um,
who don't know, I've sat on David's shoulders while we were both wearing Hut Slayer bikinis,
Mm-hmm.
and he
Oh my
jumped
God,
around
that's
with
right.
me.
I broke my lower back because I jumped around for like 25 seconds to the beat of that song.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that was
was
a long
I was
time.
standing there and I was like, oh my god, what is happening?
He was running on pure adrenaline at that point.
Oh yeah.
I'm bad at like if someone else does something at a party, I'll do it. You know? And so once somebody starts a trend, I'll jump in. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's gotten me in some trouble. It's led to me waking up in some places.
That happens to everyone at Dragon Con, I think. That's just
Yeah.
what Dragon Con is.
Yeah.
I
remember
think
the-
I said, "Are you sure?"
Oh
And-
no, you did. I remember this, and I was like, "Why are you doing this right now?"
Oh yeah. Oh.
Look at that unbridled joy.
That right
Oh my
there
god.
is perfection.
It's pure joy. You know what I mean? Like it's just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I will be the Brasso to your Andor. I'll be the
Aw.
gentle giant. I'm not quiet, but other than that,
That's true.
yeah. I'm definitely not the protagonist, but I appear like once every 4 episodes and I have a good line, you know?
Yeah. You have your moment.
You're like the Kramer. Everyone cheers when you come in. And,
Yeah, yeah.
the
That's a
character.
reference we might want to leave on the shelf.
Yeah.
But let's
oh,
let
man.
you go before I put my foot in my mouth anymore.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Well,
Just
we
don't
need
put
to
my
take a
feet in
quick
your
break, but before we do, before we let
Yeah,
you
pay
go,
extra for that.
yeah.
No free
Oh,
feet
wow.
stuff.
The sad thing is I have a story for that too. I've lived a very weird life.
my
Yeah, we'll share that with you guys next time.
Well, before you guys head out,
Mhm.
where can people find you, /follow you, /watch you, etc.? Compose yourself, David.
Go for it.
You can follow us around the internet. I'm at Nerdy Nightly.
I'm at Claris Polaris.
We are on the YouTubes. We do reaction videos. We have a morning show Monday mornings at 11 a.m. That's on hiatus. We're going to be in LA for the next 2 weeks, so we're not
traveling.
here to do our show in December much. But then on Fridays, we do the Nerdy Wordy Book Club, which is the show that took us to Celebration this year, which was so exciting.
Yeah,
We're grateful to some for that.
If you're a fan of The Wheel of Time, come and check that out.
We're currently reading all of The Wheel of Time.
All 15 of them.
Which is, it's a sensible 4.5 million words.
Yeah.
It's great.
Well,
I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah, it's like, reading every Star Wars book thrice.
Yeah, about that.
But we're getting through it, and we love our people over there. So yeah, if you're into any of that stuff, or if you just want to follow us when we're being dumb, that's what we do. We are we're like Alex and Molly, but like the Costco version. You know what I mean? We're the Kirkland brand.
Don't say that.
We are like the redhead. We're the Kirkland Alex and Molly.
Yeah. Hey, Costco's great. I'm not mad at that.
Okay, fine. We're the Sam's Club Alex and Molly.
I know. I'm not saying to go down. All right. Okay. All right. I ran some video.
What
stream
brand
video
does
games
that make
over on
us?
Twitch.
You guys are like the name brand.
Yeah. You guys are like the
Yeah.
Like if you go to when you go to Costco and they have the name brand stuff, but then they also have their Kirkland brand stuff, and like it's like almost as good.
You guys are like Cheerios, and we're corn rings.
Whatever Cyril eats.
If I'm in Costco, I'm always buying the Kirkland stuff. So
I didn't think about it until like one of the mornings of Dragon Con. I woke up and my mom called me, and she was like, "Oh, I saw the photo you posted of you and your friend Alex. You guys have the same taste in women." And it was like 8 o'clock in the morning, and I was howling. I was like, "That's the funniest." Thanks, Mom. That's a way to start a conversation at 8 o'clock in the morning.
We love you, Trish. She might see this. I hope she watches.
She's not going to get this far.
Yeah. Okay.
I love my mom. My mom's the reason I love Star Wars. My mom was like an OG fan. She camped out for Empire Strikes Back in the day. So like I came to Star Wars because my mom is a giant Star Wars fan, mostly because she had the hots for Mark Hamill. But so like I love her to death. But she's Yeah, thanks guys for having us. This is so fun.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, this was a blast. I was so excited to talk to you all day.
We're gonna have your mom on next week for the series wrap-up show.
Please do. She's not seen one. My mom does not know how to turn on a streaming service. So the entire episode, she'll be asking you to help her log into her Disney Plus account.
She puts Frozen on for the kids on Disney Plus.
No, Kim puts Frozen on for the kids.
You know what? I stand corrected. That's my bad.
We'll have Kim on too, the whole game.
My parents stopped watching television for like 4 days because my brother switched the HDMI ports. And they're like, well, we don't know how to.
It's broken, I guess.
The TV doesn't work. And it's like, you just press input. You just press input one time.
God.
Yeah.
Oh.
This was wonderful. Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for coming on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to let you two go.
Yeah. Go.
We're going to let you two go.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh my God.
They're like,
I just bring you back in while I watch you all laughing.
Oh my gosh.
But we are going to take a real quick break, about a minute. We are sponsored by Masterclass today. So we're going to run that ad. I'm going to refresh my drink. We're going to answer your questions when we get back in about a minute. Thank you all. Today's video is brought to you by Masterclass. With Masterclass, you can learn from the world's best minds anytime, anywhere, and at your own pace. You can learn about filmmaking from solo director Ron Howard, improve your acting skills with Mace Windu himself, Samuel L. Jackson, or learn about business strategy from former Disney CEO Bob Iger. With over 180 classes from a range of world-class instructors, that thing you've always wanted to do is closer than you think. I actually went through a dog training class taught by Brandon McMillan, who trained animals for the screen, but now has his own show specifically about dog training. That caught my eye because we have a dog named Hilo that you've probably seen wandering through our videos. He is the sweetest dog, but he's also big, and he can get anxious. Even a few short 10-minute lessons helped me understand how to communicate with him better. But like I said, there are a ton of classes to choose from, all taught by experts of their respective fields. I highly recommend you check it out. This holiday, give one annual membership and get one free. Go to masterclass.com/Star Wars today. That's masterclass.com/Star Wars. Terms apply. Boom. Back. I made it. No problem this time. Oh. Okay, we are about to dive into your questions, but I also wanted to point out we were sent a very generous package from one of our Jedi Council members, Geo. I don't know if Geo is still here or not, but I was going to look through it real quick. I have the box open right here, and there's a...
I will bring up his first super chat too, because he had two from early on. The finale was amazing. Seemed everybody was holding their breath till that moment Dedra sighed. And that was the moment retaliation was going to happen. Chef's kiss. Also, he said, also the funeral for Marva and the march of the Daughters of Ferrix Rebellion colors, inspiration possibly? Oh, like
Maybe.
all the orange?
Yeah, the orange, the red, the yellow, yeah. I loved all their uniforms. But I felt the same way, the whole just like... I felt like I was holding my breath for the entirety of that episode. This entire series has built up tension so well. I can't handle it. But Geo's presents here look like they're more of a preview of what's to come in February. I think February is when the Mandalorian comes out. We've got some Mandalorian bracelets, some little Grogu's for you. This one I think is for me. Anything Grogu goes to Molly, and I'll take anything Mando.
Ooh, is that a kit? A building kit?
Yeah, it's like a metal earth steel model kit. And there's another model kit in here.
Ooh.
It's cool. It's got the dark saber.
We haven't built one of those before, have we? Those metal kits?
No, we have a few. We just need it. We could maybe do one of those on a Lego stream instead of a Lego. There's one, and there's something else in here that I'm not going to pull out of the box. I'm going to bring it in for you.
Oh, okay.
I think you'll.
Is it another Grogu?
Maybe.
I feel like it probably is. Gimme. Oh, you bring me the whole box.
Weirded out that we're next door to each other.
You're ruining the illusion. Oh, that's a little Christmas Grogu. He's so big. It's got a little Mando ornament.
Just in time. Molly just started putting up Christmas decorations, as you can see behind her.
I love him. Thanks, Geo. Wow, he's big. He's like the biggest Grogu I have in this room now.
Also, we have a letter here as well. I don't know if Geo wants us to read that or not, if that's private. But there's a letter, and there's also even more. This feels like it's targeted at Molly pretty heavily.
Stickers. Yeah, all those are going. Maybe I'm running out of room on my whiteboard here for stickers, but there's some empty spots I can put Grogu stickers.
Thank you so much, Geo. It's very kind.
There he is in chat. Thank you, Geo.
Thank you, Geo.
Yay.
I'm sure we'll have to find a place of honor. Oh, you already did. That was so fast. When did you do that?
Just now.
I didn't even see you move.
When it comes to Grogu decorations, I get them up quick.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even know. There's Grogu's all over our house. I'm not kidding.
That is true.
But yeah. So there's a couple from Muhammad Ali here that were very, very generous that I meant to bring up before we started the show. But Thank you so much. These are insanely generous super chats. Thanks, Alex and Molly, for providing us weekly entertainment and informative live streams covering the fantastic Andor series. Looking forward to season 2 and your return. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mohammed. That you've been insanely generous these past 10 weeks. I think that's as long as the show has actually been on. But thank you so much for all of the support while we do these after shows.
And another one, once we got started on the show, back at 6 o'clock. Geez. 2 years to the next season of Andor. Not sure how I will cope. I have been waiting 2 years for a Rolex Pepsi watch, and hopefully we'll get it before season 2 of Andor. Yeah, it's 2 years is a long time, but I think we'll survive. I don't know.
It feels long, but honestly, like this year blew by, and next year, I think we're gonna get even more Star Wars stuff. We have 3 live action series, an animated series, Star Wars Visions, Star Wars The Young Jedi Adventures. So I'm up to 6 series on Disney Plus. Although Visions will probably drop in one day. We've got Star Wars Jedi Survivor. There's a ton coming out just next year, and then in 2023 we're going to have The Acolyte, probably another Mando, probably another. I assume at least 3 series per year. Like I think we'll be occupied.
Yeah, we'll have some stuff to talk about.
Yeah, Let's jump over to Gio's next super chat. Thank you, Gio. Also, the funeral for Marva and the March of the Daughters of Ferrix. Oh, Rebellion.
I read that one already.
Okay, that was okay.
We're on Red Vega.
Red Vega. They say never bring a knife to a gunfight. Likewise, never bring a gun to a bomb fight. I say never show up to a Brasso fight. Don't even do it.
Just don't do it. Yeah,
it
don't
doesn't
pick
matter
a
what
fight.
you bring. He's gonna hit you with a brick.
Don't pick a fight with Brasso.
Yeah. He's my boy. I was so like B2 emo was kind of the focus of my fear and like, oh, something terrible is going to happen to him. Obviously, I was scared of that the whole time. And then when Brasso was also front and center, I was like, oh, but I love him too. So I was like convinced something bad was going to happen to him.
Everyone on that ship at the end, I was scared for. I was scared for the whole ship when they were taking off. I was like, oh no, someone's gonna shoot that ship down out of the sky and I'm gonna hate it. But they're safe. They're safe for now.
Yeah. I'm still scared because Cassian has that line in Rogue One. You think you're the only one that lost everything. And I'm like, he lost Marva and Clem, and that can be everything. I hope he doesn't lose more. I don't want him to lose more.
Yeah. Also,
don't bring a gun to an anvil fight. I like that too.
Yeah. We missed this from earlier because this was before we started. But Zach Nichols, thanks for being a member of the Biggs mega fans. You get to use all the fun. What are those called? Not emojis.
Aren't
the
they?
Chat things?
Emotes.
Emotes, yeah. You get to use all the fun emotes that we have now, which we've got some new ones.
I should have.
Are we live?
I should have made some more new ones. I made some last week. I'll keep the B2 emo in there forever, but
there they are. And then next up, Lynn Koyo. Thank you so much for the super chat. This episode made me cry and pump my fists in the air, screaming as if I was part of the crowd in Ferrix, rebelling against the Empire. What a series. We were right there with you. We were tearing up. We were pumping our fists. If you saw our reaction, we went through the whole gambit of emotions. It was a lot.
Yeah. Very few episodes have made me react so strongly, I feel like. I've talked before about how I'm pretty even keeled throughout most of my, not just Star Wars, anything. I just kind of sit there and I'm like, neat. So when something gets me like out of my seat, clapping, cheering, that it's a big deal to me. it means it's going to mean a lot to me personally.
Alex, did you see Nerdy Nightly just joined the Bigs Mega fans?
I did. Thank you, Nerdy. Thank you again for hanging out. Everyone loves Bigs. We all love Bigs.
I think that's why you like because I've been saying this whole time that Brasso looks like a larger version of Biggs.
I guess he does not have a mustache, Molly. We don't need to go down that road again, but it's not a mustache.
Does though. It's there.
Mm-mm.
It's darker than his beard, so it looks like a mustache at times.
Fine.
Anyways, we don't have to get into that.
We've been down that road.
Been there, done that. Yes. And most other people agree with you that it's not a mustache. That's fine. Cindy K, thanks for the super chat. Delighted that all of my B squad, B2, Brasso, and Bix survived. Woo! Feels like first half of an epic. Thanks for the excellent coverage. Chef's kiss.
I like B Squad.
Yeah.
Like that's
B
a good
Squad.
name. It's like D Squad, but also I got tired today of writing B2, Bix, and Brasso. Brasso. I kept writing those three names over and over. And I was like, I need a way to simplify this. B Squad works.
Yeah, I love that. And I felt the same way. I was so glad that they were all there together at the end. We need a chef's kiss emote, I think.
Kay sent in a Fox Love super sticker.
Oh,
thank you, Kay.
Thank you.
I wish StreamYard would update so it could show the stickers.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't even know if I could go back that far in the actual YouTube chat to see it, but
I did see it when it came in, and it was very cute.
Yes,
Stuart J sent in the next super chat. Thank you, Stuart. This show was absolutely amazing. The finale didn't just stick the landing, it did a flourish. I was gasping and cheering and so pumped at the end. I feel the same.
It really was amazing, and for everything we've kind of already talked about, but like the fact that we knew what was going to happen, we just didn't know the details and like all the little surprising bits, but otherwise we kind of knew what was going to go down on Ferrix, but it was still like a hell of an episode. Well written, well edited, well shot. Like you said all the stuff about Ferrix looking amazing, all the scenes of them kind of going through the town down Rix Road. Ugh, it just looked so good. It looked
I cannot.
so much better than Obi-Wan. I cannot get over it.
Yeah. And
it's
I know, and I don't want to like, I don't just keep throwing shade at Obi-Wan, and I don't think it's really anyone's fault. I think it was just kind of the state of the world, and it was unfortunate, and they wanted to tell this story, and so they were forced to use the volume when they shouldn't have. But it really does show that like the level of production that went into Andor. And I'm like, that would have happened with Obi-Wan, because all the story beats in Obi-Wan I enjoy, and I just feel like it was hamstrung a little bit by COVID and having to film in this very limited space. So
yeah,
it's just a bummer.
Feels weird that they decided to cut corners on a show like that.
It's like I don't think they decided. I mean, I guess they could have said let's wait to film it, but you know, it's not just Disney. It's also like a bunch of people who have jobs who are like, we need to be employed also to film this thing, and they can't really afford to wait. So it's just a really bad state of the world that sucks. It just sucks.
Yeah. Also, Brandon in chat mentioned the budget. Maybe they blew too much money getting Ewan and Hayden back, that they were like, well, here's what we have left. Good luck. I don't know. Anyways, that's off topic.
Yeah.
We have a lot of super chats to cover. So I'm gonna move
I just
on.
want to make it clear it's not like a boo on you, Obi-Wan. It's no one's fault. It's just boo on you, world. Disease.
Christian Cover
Covarrubius.
Covarrubius? I'm sorry, I butcher names. Christian, thank you so much for the super chat. Longtime viewer here since the Star Wars Minute days, but first time super chat, wanted to show support for always being positive and loving all Star Wars. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian.
Me fitting after I'm like, boo, Obi-Wan. No, I'm not crapping on Obi-Wan. I'm just it's hard to ignore the difference in the look and the feel of the show with them being kind of back to back like that. But
well,
yes, we love all Star Wars.
Oh yeah, I love Obi-Wan. I still think that the story it told was fantastic. I love Obi-Wan's journey of like, yeah, obviously he would be in that state at the beginning and how he worked through it. Little Leia, again, like I have no problem with the story. Just some of the production of it didn't quite mesh because it wasn't made for the volume, and the Mandalorian is like that's where the big difference comes in. But yeah, it's no like boo Obi-Wan. But also we talked about last week about how it just happened so fast. It was done in like 3 weeks. And it's nice having a show that really gets to build over 10 weeks. Andrew Biederman, thank you for the next super chat. Thanks for being such positive forces in Star Wars. It's really scary now as an LGBT person. Hadn't sunk, God, I can't read anymore. Hadn't sunk in how they really thought about us until recently seeing the attacks on trans, groomers, slurs, etc. Oh boy. Yeah. Like that, the everything that they say on Ferrix about like the box. Here's our box, and the people of Ferrix better fit in that box. And they mean it literally, but Tony Gilroy and all the writers mean it metaphorically. And
also, I realize we skipped a super chat, but we'll get to that one in a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
That stuff about, I mean, that's Marva's speech. Marva's speech is basically saying the actual real world quote from, I think his name is Martin Niemöller, who said, like, you know, they came for these people and I didn't speak up because I wasn't those people. And then they came for these people and I didn't speak up. And then they came for the Jews and I didn't speak up because I'm not Jewish. And then they came for me and there was no one left. And that's what Marva's saying, is that like you can't just sit there and it's like, yeah, we have Ferrix and this is good. But if you just sit there and ignore the Empire while it's over terrorizing all these people it considers to be the other, like you're letting it grow and fester. That's exactly what Marv is saying. So I loved that speech. And yeah, that's a very real world thing where people who just decide, you don't make me comfortable, so I'm going to decide that you don't get to enjoy the same quality of life, the same rights as I do.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying.
The way that the Empire slowly creeps in and is allowed to take over everything, it's scary. And yeah, like anyone who doesn't fit what they want them to be is dealt with in various ways that are not pleasant. And, you know, even on different scales than just the Empire being kind of like the bigger scale, but like the traditions of Chandrilla and like all the Mon Mothma storyline stuff, and Vel choosing to leave all of that behind and be part of the rebellion, and, you know, Perrin's line about, well, you better find a husband, and she's like, I'm not even trying, don't worry, Perrin, you stay in your lane. Yeah, this show has been such a nice change of pace for Star Wars to kind of be acknowledging all the different ways that tyranny can happen small scale, large scale, and it's terrifying, and it's not something that anyone should ignore. And that's why this show is such a breath of fresh air, because it's not sugarcoating it. It's like, here it is. Here's the bad stuff. It's just like what's happening in the real world.
Yeah. Well, I think that this is very much in line with what George Lucas always wanted to say with the originals, but he dealt with this stuff on a really big, really mythological scale, with like the end road of where this is the type of thinking that leads to a Death Star, where it's like, how do we just get rid of these people really easily? Oh, let's build a big murder ball that will destroy a planet at will. Like that's where the roads lead. But right now, they are doing it on a personal level. And yeah, I don't think they're being subtle about it. They're very much saying, this is happening now. It's been happening for generations. There's always something new that someone's like, that makes me uncomfortable, and I'm going to try to force it down. And it never leads anywhere good.
That's what Nimic said. Like, the Empire has to forcefully do this. It's unnatural what they're trying to accomplish, and it shows. So, yeah. Empire sucks.
Boo Empire.
Boo. They have good music though. Just
They
like their
march
themes.
I mean, that's how they get you.
That's how they get
like,
you.
yeah.
The music and how clean everything is. Anyways, Christian had another super chat that I accidentally skipped over. Can we talk about the weird sexual tension between Deidre and Cyril? I hate it. LOL. Do you think Bix will be able to recover mentally in season 2?
Yeah, I'll bring up the the moment where we were like, please don't kiss. You don't need to do that. That's exactly what was going through our minds there. Didn't want that to happen. I do think that Dedra is going to reward Cyril, as in get him a position in the Empire. I don't think she likes him all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
I think she just feels like, oh, he saved my life, and I guess I owe him. But she didn't. I don't think that she is into him.
Yeah. She made it very clear. She was like, I don't like what you're doing. I don't like what you're trying to accomplish. Don't come anywhere near me again. And I think in the back of her mind, she kind of knew, like, he might be helpful. He might know something that would help me, but her pride was getting in the way, much like what happens with every Imperial trying to get anything done. But yeah, at the end of this episode, it's kind of like, well, she's put in a position where she can't ignore it anymore. He saved her life in a moment where that was probably the scariest moment of her life. And you can see that in her performance. She's just like shaking and terrified because she almost just got ripped apart by a crowd of an angry mob. And Cyril has never looked more calm. He's like,
when you pointed that out, I was like, oh my God, you're right. Like, he was just like, you needed help.
He's got this like glorious purpose of when it comes to her, you know, and like as soon as he saw her, that was it for him. He was like, I'll do anything. It's very weird. I am interested to see where they go with it in season 2. And I do not want it to become anything romantic. Because I think that gets into a dicey territory.
Yeah. I think Bix will be able to recover. I think she's going to be okay. He even said as he was getting her onto the ship, she's coming around. I think that she just needed to get away from the Empire and back with her people. And I think she will come back.
Yeah. You could kind of tell in the finale when she started to hear she started to hear the music and she started to hear Marva's voice. She started coming back around a little bit. So yeah, I think she'll be able to recover, hopefully within the year time jump.
Yeah. Again, like the time jump, it might not be exactly a year. We might do like here's what happened immediately after and then do a year. I don't know. But yeah, I want to see a lot of the aftermath of this episode. So I hope we at least get some like, and here's how we got there.
Yeah. And then Andrew
we like broke this one up because
I just need to look ahead because I didn't realize this was a 2-part one.
It's all good.
So
I'll read the first one again.
Oh, okay.
Just for the whole context. Thanks for being such positive forces in Star Wars. It's really scary now as an LGBT person. Hadn't sunk in how they really thought about us until recently seeing the attacks on trans groomers, slurs, etc. The lack of caring, and they deserved it. They deserved it for being those kind of people. Rhetoric after Club Q is awful. You and Marva are showing that we all need to fight hate, even if not directly affected so far. Yeah, I mean, that is Star Wars to its core. Mm-hmm. That you have to care about everyone, not just yourself or your family or your city, state, country, whatever. Like, civilizations fall apart when they stop caring about everyone else and they start becoming tribal. And that like goes for the Star Wars community too, of saying that, oh, well, like those people, if it's a LGBT community, or if it's like people who don't like that movie or do like that movie, like the tribalism needs to stop. That's basically it, is that we're all people, we're all worthy of value, we all have value, so care about each other. It's really that simple. Just care about other people.
Yeah. It seems like the most simple thing to do, but stuff happens that make people get as far away from that as they can, and it's a strange thing that happens. But yeah, especially after recent events, a lot of this stuff hits a little closer than normal.
Yeah. And I'm sorry to like that's one of those things that is just all around terrible, and it's affecting specifically your community, and it's so hard. Like, it's a pain that I don't think I can ever understand. But I care about it. And that's the start.
Yeah. And that's like, if people only started caring about it when it affected them, it's probably too late. So care about it now.
It's the Clone Wars message of hate is taught. Like, you're not born hating anyone, but someone teaches you to.
Mm-hmm.
That good? Did I do good?
You did. I'm going to bring up the next one, and then I'm going to take a restroom break because I didn't before.
I will hold down the fort.
Justin Carter has the next super chat here.
Thank you, Justin. How like the Empire to roll up, disrespect a town's traditions, knock over B2 during Marva's speech, how dare they, expect not to get greeted with a boot to the chest. Again, that is a top Star Wars moment for me. I think this season gave me 2 moments that I'm like, I don't have a tier list, I don't have a numbered list, I just have moments that live rent-free in my head. And I Can't Swim is one of them. And Brasso, like that, I think I will always remember. I'll be on my deathbed and I will remember that time Captain Tigo tipped over B2 Emo. And before I could condemn him, I couldn't finish condemning him. And Brasso had incapacitated 3 Imperials. Amazing. Like, come on. That's just pure joy. It's seeing some fascists getting taken down because no one touches my pure sweet good boy. And I love that the entire Star Wars community has just rallied around B2 Emo, at least the people who watch Andor. They're like, B2 is perfect, protect him at all costs. So yes, I love that. But that is the Empire. They show up everywhere. And I want to point out, though, it's not just Andor that makes these points. I'm trying to remember the episode name. The Siege. Mandalorian season 2, episode 4, I think, is the Siege. And they attack that Imperial installation. And if you look at it, it is exactly the same kind of installation as we see, I think, on Rogue One, on Edu. And they make some comment about how it's not created to be on the planet Navarro. It's just a standard Imperial base that they like install places. And that's what the Empire does, because they don't see individual planets for their uniqueness or their individuality. All they see is like, oh, a planet with resources. Let's slap a base on it as fast as we can. And now that base doesn't work the way it should. That might be why the prisons on Narkina 5, I talked about how they might be like Sky Strike Academy or the Colossus, like these flying space stations that can be installed into water or wherever. That might be what they did. And then it poisoned the water there. Like, the Empire doesn't care. They don't do environmental impact studies or anything like that. All they want is what they want, and they're going to get it no matter how they hurt the planet or whatever. So yes, I think that's exactly what the Empire does. But I feel like I keep heaping praise onto Andor for making these big points. And I want to point out, like, that this is classic Star Wars. They've always made these points no matter the show. But let's go on to oh good, I heard Molly's door close because I was about to have to scroll up real far. But Cassia Pidgeot, thank you for the next super chat. As a trans woman, Marva's speech, Nimic's manifesto, and what I said about them hit really hard after the Colorado Springs shooting. Oh man, yeah. Get like just a rough time in the real world, but thank you. I don't feel like all I'm doing is expressing what they are expressing. So I don't we don't need that kind of praise, I don't think. But I agree. Like, everything that was said just hit. It was great. I wish I could find it.
Find what?
Oh, I was going to say, I wish I could find it. I wrote down all of Nimic's speech. I transcribed it, and I can't find where I saved that. So I need to find it. But
yeah,
I have it somewhere because it was awesome.
Like we talked about before, it definitely is hitting different right now because of current events, and it makes it just like even more real, which this whole show has felt more real than any other Star Wars show or movie because of how direct the oppression has been to real world current events and stuff. So it's crazy. But that can also lead us to hopeful things, which is like where the rebellion is headed. Marva's speech, Nimic's manifesto, it's all come down to like, we should have hope and we should try no matter what to fight against this oppression, because it's all we have is that and each other, and we have to hold on to that and fight for it. So
yeah, I loved the just the try at the end, because it's like we have seen the flashbacks where Cassian tried and it never went well, but it doesn't mean you stop. So I loved that. And Marva's speech, again, like the whole freaking episode felt like just a string of monologues that all rocked. And Marva, like Nimic's felt the more like written out philosophical, but Marva's just kind of being like, I was asleep, we were all asleep. It felt relatable, felt so good.
Alex, is this the snack that you had earlier? These pretzel bites?
Yeah.
Is that all you've had to eat today?
Yeah.
They're
And
mine now.
liquid bread.
I brought them into my office if you want any.
I had a lot of them, if that helps.
I doubt that. I've eaten like half of one of these bags. Elliot Finn, thanks for the next super chat. Andor out here radicalizing a whole Star Wars generation. Yeah, that would be amazing if that's what Andor did. But yeah.
I mean, that's again, it's like Star Wars, but as they have said specifically, it's made for an older, more mature audience that can wrap their heads around these themes. And it's like, okay, A New Hope says that you should care about people, and like that the Empire has this mythological evil that is a little bit nebulous, I guess, and that it's almost hard to wrap your head around. It's just like, yeah, it murdered millions of people in an instant. And at that point, you're like, I know that's bad, especially me as an 8-year-old watching it. I'm like, yes, that's bad. And I know it's bad because Leia is upset. It's like, I can't fully understand that. But the fact that they took the Empire and made it so personal and had like Dedra smiling in Bix's face as they were about to torture her with the sounds of dying children, it's like, it's on another level of just, hey, like, pay attention to this, people who grew up watching Star Wars. Like, seriously, this is what it's about.
Yeah. That's funny that you're like, I knew it was bad because Leia was upset.
I mean, as an 8-year-old, like, I remember watching a planet explode and being like, oh no, but not like, fully grasping that.
Yeah. But that, I mean, that tells me that 8-year-olds could potentially watch Andor and still understand it.
And be traumatized, maybe.
I don't think so. There's much worse things for them to be traumatized about in this day and age. And back in my day, no, let's not do that. Oh, I got lost here.
Looks like Elliot has the next 2 super chats as well. What was the equation Luthen wrote 15 years ago? Oppression plus hope equals rebellion? It's probably one of those South Park underpants gnomes. Oppression? Like all the steps. Oppression, hope, question mark, rebellion.
Oh, the prophet thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. That could have been just a metaphor of him saying the equation, but
yeah, I definitely think it's a metaphor.
Luthen, I need like a masterclass on Luthen's character because I understand him, but at the same time, I'm having a hard time being on board with the end of this episode being him, like giving Andor a smile, like, you did it, kid. You convinced me. Let's go do some good. Like, Luthen is not always a good person.
And he knows it. He admits it.
Yeah. So, like, I don't know. Something about that little smile he gives Cassian at the end. I'm like, this feels sinister in some way. I don't know.
Yeah, like it feels good and scary at the same time. Like, now looking back at Rogue One, the fact that Cassian shoots Tivik in the back to save some information, that's a very Luthen thing to do. So I think this is like gonna be okay. I'm Cassian Andor rebel. Like that's where I've reached at the end of season 1, and now he's gonna get educated by Luthen, which might not be the best thing. Luthen,
he
maybe
might
that leads to Draven, something like that.
he might do some even worse stuff in season 2.
Yeah. I mean, I still think we're going to get to the terrible things that Cassian has done for the rebellion. I already think we've seen some of them, but I think that now he is like, I am a rebel, and he's going to do some bad things, especially if he's in league with Luthen.
Yeah. And then Elliot has another super chat. Thank you, Elliot. I'm excited to see characters from Andor show up in books and comics. We suddenly have a big influx of new characters to maybe explore elsewhere. Yeah, we mentioned, I think on the last Q&A, or 2 Q&As ago, maybe you said you wouldn't mind having like a Luthen book or a Luthen comic, something
Sure.
to show us a little bit more inside his mind, which would be really cool. And then obviously we need B2 emo stories of just him on Ferrix getting into crazy hijinks, and him and Brasso having their sleepover.
Yeah. That please. That's a one-shot comic right there. They made a pillow for it. I'm sure of it. But that's what Star Wars needs to do. And I would have been absolutely fine if Bail Organa was in this, if Orson Krennic were in season 1. Like if Sly Moore had actually shown up at the dinner party, would have loved it. But also Star Wars needs to keep introducing good and compelling characters so that it continues to grow, or else we're just going to keep just like circling the drain with the same people. We need to keep exploring and expanding, and I'm so glad Andor did that.
Yeah. Stuart J, thanks for the next super chat. I love how Cassian inspired Marva and then Marva inspired Cassian, and that scene with Brasso passing along Marva's final message. Yeah, this is like I think a classic thing that can happen in parent-child relationships. Like you get the dynamic of one inspiring the other throughout one's life, but it seems like it's never at the right time. If that makes sense.
It's interesting that, yeah, the way you say that, and I was just thinking about Mon Mothma and Lita, that it's kind of the opposite. they're neither of them are inspiring one another. But yeah, I did love that train of Cassian being at Aldani inspiring Marva inspiring Cassian. To like, it's so good. And like Marva never fully knew, and that's very sad. But she knew enough, as she told Brasso to tell Cassian.
And that's why Marva was like such an amazing space mom, because she had that line that Nerdy Nightly brought up and said was going to stick with him about like, I will love you more than anything you can do wrong. That's like a line that anyone would love to hear from a parent. That is hitting the bullseye of what children want to hear from their parents. Nothing they do wrong is going to affect how much they are loved. So Marva getting that message across to Cassian was so important, I think. And it makes me think of the end of Rogue One when Cassian says to Jyn, like, your father would be proud of you. And that's just, it's something that Jyn needs to hear in that final moment.
I was furious, quote unquote, with Charlotte from Sky Talkers, because at the end of episode 11, Cassian says to Zan, tell Marva she would be proud of me. And she can't know. But then Charlotte tweeted something like, when he tells Jyn that your father would be proud of you, it's because he knows that Marva would be proud of him. I'm like, I can't wait. And also I'm dreading watching Rogue One again after this series.
I'm excited to watch it again. I would love to care 1,000 times more about the lines that Cassian has and cry about it more.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very interesting. And I'm also terrified that the B2 emo K2SO theory is true. Because if it is true, I don't know if I can watch Rogue One anymore. I will be inconsolable.
I mean, yeah. That's what they're gonna keep doing to us. They're gonna keep twisting the knife in different ways.
They're all so mean.
Speaking of Rogue One lines, the next super chat is from Thomas Adolf. Thank you. When Cassian says you weren't the only one who lost everything to Jyn, it hit me hard realizing that it was the Empire that kept him from getting to say goodbye to Marva, leaving on better terms. Yeah.
I hope that's where it stops. Because I'm still afraid for the B Squad and Jezzy and Willman, which I like that we have kind of like this crew that Cassian helped escape.
Yeah. And I mean, it is the Empire that kept him from going back and saying goodbye, but I can't help but obsess over their last conversation where she was trying to tell him, like, no, I'm staying here. We should do more for Ferrix. We should do more here, fight here. And Cassian was having none of it. He just wanted to run away.
Mm-hmm.
And that plus the repercussions of the Aldani job is what landed him in prison. And it's so rough to think about how all of that went down.
It's rough, and I'm also smiling at just how well done it all was.
Yeah.
That it's like everything strings together.
Mm-hmm.
But to talk about Marva a little more, I love that in that moment where she is trying to say, like, we should be doing this, and I'm going to be a rebel. But she never once has judgment in her voice. She understands that Cassian's just not at that place right now. She doesn't get mad at him. She's still just like, I love you. And he's like, I'll be worried about you all the time. And she's like, I know you love me too.
Yeah. And she says, that's just love.
Everything she says about love and familial love, and they're not even biologically related, but she is his mother. It's all so good and powerful and sad. But like you said, that her saying, I'll love you more than anything you could do wrong, lines up with all of that, because I believe her when she says that she wasn't mad that Cassian wasn't ready to fight yet.
Yeah. She knew that he would come around to it. Because of the trauma he experienced as a child, she knew that he wasn't quite ready. He needed to experience a few other things to get to that point. That's just like her wisdom showing through.
Another line she had was something like, he knows everything he needs to know, he feels everything he needs to feel, and when those two things finally meet up, he's going to be an unstoppable force for good.
Mm-hmm.
And he saves the galaxy. So good job, Cassian Andor.
Do you want to hear something even more sad too? Is so Cassian and Marva and Clem. I'm just thinking about the fact that Cassian has known Marva and Clem, his adoptive parents, just as long as he's known B2. Mm-hmm. B2 might as well be a parent to Cassian. And part of me is mad at Cassian for just being so flippant about B2 this whole time. Like, you stay here, I'll pat you on the head. I mean, y'all just go over here.
I guess that was relevant. That is us watching him say goodbye to B2.
Yeah, and my face is just
your face is like a perfect U.
Sad face.
I don't know how you did that. It's a perfect curve, like semicircle.
I was very sad. I just wanted Cassian and B2 to be able to spend some quality time together. He worked so hard to get back to Ferrix for Marva. He should have been doing it for B2.
It is kind of insane just how much the B2 emo moves me. Like everything that made me tear up was B2 emo related. Whether it was him like leading that procession down to the Empire, or him saying like I never got to see you, and then Cassian putting his hand on his head like don't make him K2SO. I can't handle it. I won't be able to handle it.
You can see in our reaction when we see that B2 is coming up to lead the funeral procession. I just kind of like put my hand up to my face because I'm like, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry, and it's because of this stupid robot.
He's my favorite.
But yeah, they're safe now. It's okay.
They're safe for at least 2 years. Madman's Knowledge, thank you for the next super chat. I am shocked none of our main characters died. Me too. Honestly.
Yeah. I will say when that kid threw the bomb and we see Cyril kind of like pushing people out of the way to run towards it, I thought he was gonna like jump on the bomb to save Dedra, and I was sure he was dead after that. I was like, oh my god, is this how he dies? Is this how he goes out? I hope I wasn't the only one that thought that. But yeah, after all those explosions, like people died, but none of the main characters really got too hurt. So I was shocked too.
Yeah. I thought for sure Brasso was gonna die. Not that he was a main character, but I thought that someone of more than just Zan. I thought more than Zan was gonna die. And I was so relieved that no one did. But after Aldani, after Narkina 5, I was like, this is gonna be another bloodbath. So I'm just relieved.
Sorry,
Molly's
I'm getting
over
crumbs
there.
all over.
Yeah, you're just crunching away over there.
I put the microphone on mute, didn't I?
That's fine. Yeah. But I can see what you're doing. Just like we know what Marva really said. It wasn't fight the Empire.
We don't know that for sure.
I don't know if this is Jeff Grubb from Twitter and all the gaming news, but if it is, hi Jeff. Thanks for keeping me updated on Star Wars Jedi Survivor on Twitter. I've really appreciated it.
Justin Carter has the next super chat. Protect B2 emo at all costs. Part of me wants him to be K2 just for the narrative weight, but part of me doesn't, just so he can stay alive, scob the Empire.
I think it's a good and terrible thing if his programming winds up being in K2SO, but I don't know if I can handle literally watching B2 emo get like shot to bits in a KX droid.
No, I don't want to see that.
Mm-mm.
But I want B2 to keep on keeping on, right? And it seems like his physical build is failing him because he can't hold a charge.
Right.
And I don't want him to just go away.
Right.
I don't want him to get shelved.
Oh, I see the path. I see why it might happen. I'm just like, I like it and I don't like it. It's both. That's it.
Ugh. But yes, scob the Empire.
Amaranth Paint. Oh, I'm sorry. Amaranth Pan. Thank you for the next super chat. Very thematic super chat like that. So thankful for you and the community of respect and thoughtfulness you have cultivated. Star Wars and creators like you have rescued what would have been a bleak and lonely 3 years of pandemic. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you, Amaranth.
Thank you. It's so
It's
strange.
wild that it's been 3 years.
I was gonna say, yeah, it feels like, I don't know, some days it feels like we're still very much in the depths of living in a pandemic, which we pretty much still are, right? COVID is still pretty rampant, but most of normal everyday activities have come back, and like a lot of things have gone back to normal with a few exceptions, but it's crazy to think about the past couple of years and what things were like.
Well, it's like we're at a point now where, we're vaxxed, we've been boosted several times, but still anything you do, you get on a flight or something, you're like, well, I hope I don't get it.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been to 2 weddings in the past 2 weeks, and that's been kind of like, ooh, is anybody
so far,
coughing?
so good. Yeah.
Yeah. But thank you.
Calixto, thank you for the next one. Love the new crew that formed at the end of the season. Will we follow that crew next season, kind of like Rebels? I'm certain we're definitely not done with B2 Emo. He doesn't just disappear. Cassian promised he would find them, which again, the year time jump is kind of messing with my head, where I hope we see that happen, them reunite. I don't want to just skip over that stuff.
Yeah, and I will say, at the very end of this season, in the finale, is when I was like, oh, you know what? That Jez character is really interesting. She seems like a badass. I want to know her more. I hope has a more prominent role in season 2.
I would be,
because
I guess I'm kind of expecting them to be the same level of prominence as they were in season 1. I think they will come in and out.
Yeah.
I don't know that they're going to be like the main cast, but I wouldn't mind it if they're like, hey, let's all go to Yavin 4. That'd be cool.
Oh my God. That's, I feel like that has been my one thing that I've been harping on this whole time. I'm like, we got to go to Yavin 4. Gotta go to Yavin 4. I feel like season 2 is going to open on Yavin 4. It might not, but I'm going to throw it out there.
It's definitely going to go there.
Yeah.
I wonder
Justin
if Luthen
Carter
already has a base there.
Huh?
Go ahead. I wonder if Luthen already has a secret base there and we just don't know.
Luthen has secrets everywhere.
He sure does.
Justin Carter, thanks for the next super chat. 2 lines that encapsulates. What? Encapsulates. Now that word sounds strange. I've said it too many times. The Empire's downfall. Control is brittle and power doesn't panic. Imperials think they'll never be at another's mercy. Yep.
I loved that line in Nimic's manifesto of like, control is brittle, it breaks, it leaks, which immediately takes you back to Narkina and the water leaking through to the floors below and just that influence spreading. Ugh, so good.
Well, and you have people working at the ISB who are spies, and like that's kind of a form of a break in a way. Like, I feel like there's a lot more spies working for the Empire than Imperial spies getting into the rebellion.
Seems like it, yeah. I'm trying to think of an Imperial spy that Rebels found and had to chase out.
They don't do that kind of stuff because they're too prideful.
Yeah, they're just like, let's build another super weapon. We'll get them. We'll get them one of these times.
Yeah, they're going to take them by force, not by being sneaky.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the power doesn't panic, and watching Tigo just panicking very good.
Yeah. Power will panic when you show them they have no power.
It's all an illusion. But Farzan, thank you for the next super chat.
It's
I'm
illusions,
Iranian.
Michael. Sorry.
I'm Iranian, and with the revolution happening right now in Iran, Andor hit me very personally. It's such a brilliant portrayal of fascism and authoritarian regimes. It's just so true to life. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we could talk about this for a long time, but the stuff going on in Iran right now is still just it's crazy to see from our perspective, right? And it should be more in the front of news, but it's not
Right.
because of elections and all the political BS. But like the stuff going on there is very important, and you're right, it is very similar to the stuff that we're seeing in Andor, and we've been talking about it this whole time, how true to life these stories are. That's a perfect example.
It's important. It's inspiring. I'm not going to, for a second, pretend I know a ton about the political climate of Iran. But from what I have seen of like girls, young women, just being who they are and standing up and saying F you to the dictators, it's been pretty great.
I mean, it's
but
like the biggest women's empowerment movement in a very long time.
Yeah, but that's like what we're seeing from the outside. I don't know. I hope it's going well. I don't know. Like, I bet it's scarier being there, but it from the outside, it's very inspiring.
Yeah, we don't really cover real life politics on the channel much until Alex wants to talk about Herschel Walker.
I mean, we do in a larger way, but I also just like I try to be very honest when I'm like, I do not know everything that's happening in Iran.
Yeah.
From what I've seen a little bit, mostly from last week tonight, which I'm like, I'm good for all of them, but I don't want to pretend I know everything.
Well, it's good to know from people like this. Like, it's good to know that Andor is hitting home for them as well in a very real way, and it's pretty much like that across the board for everyone, from what I'm seeing.
I think there's something in Andor for anyone to just relate to and find.
Yeah.
Matt McDonald has the next super chat. Thank you, Matt. Hello. While Andor wasn't always my favorite brand of Star Wars, I loved the story, and the way it was told was a refreshing change of pace. It set a great foundation for bigger stakes in season 2. I like that, and I really like the way you communicated that. That's
Refreshing change of pace. Yeah. Great foundation for bigger stakes. Check.
Your comment itself was a refreshing change of pace of just like, hey, wasn't my favorite, but here's what I liked. Look forward to more. I like that. So many people are either like, it's the best or the worst. So it's nice to see someone just like, it was all right.
Yeah. It was, not their favorite brand of Star Wars, but still a really great story to be told. And I'm kind of feeling a similar way where I loved Andor so much, but I'm ready for Willow. Just I'm in that state of mind where it's like it's the day before Thanksgiving, it's the holidays, like we're kind of wrapping up a Star Wars show. So for us as Star Wars content creators, we're like getting ready to take a break. And then Willow's coming along, just being Willow. Like it's magical and it's a lot more lighthearted, and I don't know. It's very exciting for me to think about the change of pace that's going to bring.
Yeah. And I just like the way you put that. Not my favorite brand of Star Wars, because I think the way I've said it, like I've watched The Mandalorian, I've rewatched it multiple times at this point. I don't know that I'm gonna just sit down and like let's toss on Andor for a lighthearted romp. Like it's not that. And I totally get when people are like, I want my Star Wars to be a little more fun. I get it. But I also really, really liked exploring Star Wars in this way.
This Star Wars kind of makes you think a little bit more, but I mean, not much more, because when we were breaking down Book of Boba Fett, we were getting into some pretty heavy themes and stuff, and that's always fun for us. But yeah, I'm excited for Mando to come back. The smile that comes on my face when I see Grogu do anything.
You straight up weep. What we were watching, we rewatched maybe the finale before the Book of Boba Fett of season 2, I think, and you just tears. It's just what it is. Can't handle it.
I
just love him so much.
I love him so much. I don't know what it is. He embodies something that I cannot explain. That
you don't have
sure,
to.
I'm sure Disney is loving the fact that like they have latched on to this feeling in people with Grogu as a character, and now they're just selling the shit out of him on everything and making so much money. But yeah, anything he does makes me cry out of happiness and joy and sadness sometimes, but I don't know.
Well, that's the beauty of Star Wars. You don't have to explain why you love something.
True. But our channel is called Star Wars Explained.
Oh, God.
Oh, no. What have we done?
Quick, let's change the subject to Eric Bruno's next super chat. Oh my God, this show was amazing. I would spend so much money to buy that manifesto on Audible, like all the money. The speeches to Luthen, Cassian, Kino, Marvin, Nimmick, Clea, inject it into my veins. Loved all the speeches. I agree. I feel like I could do videos and videos on just like what Nimmick said this episode, what Marva said. Oh, you're still chewing. Okay. Does Molly have anything to add?
I'm sorry, these have peanut butter in them, and then it becomes like glue in your mouth when you're chewing them. Yeah, we talked about it earlier a little bit, how there are so many connections within all of these speeches too, like the idea of climbing, the idea of an unexpected attack from below, or just like looking down versus looking up. There's so many like connecting themes throughout this show that also connect to these amazing like monologues that we're getting. And it's so good. Like I've been saying it from the beginning, the writing in this show is unmatched in other Star Wars television.
It is like this thing where at this point, I think we've rewatched every episode at least 3 times, probably 4 or 5. But we haven't rewatched the series. So I do think I want to, at some point, not tomorrow, but at some point, rewatch it all.
We're watching nothing but Bob's Burgers tonight and
Bob's
tomorrow.
Burgers Thanksgiving episodes. It's time for the marathon. But I do want to go back and just find all those threads that they had from the start, because I remember being confused by like, why is the Aldani ritual cutting back and forth between the heist? And then I'm like, after today, I'm like, okay, I get it. I get it more. So I think rewatching the series will answer any little questions I had like that.
Hmm. Probably.
And Eric Bruno has the next super chat as well. I also have to add the opening music was the actual funeral music. When I made that connection, my mind exploded. Yeah, I did not catch that until our second watch of that.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about the music much, but oof. The weird kind of like slightly off key live music for this episode. At first it threw us off. Like in the title card part, we were like, what's happening? And then when it comes back later in the episode, we're like, oh, okay, this makes sense now. But just how slow it starts out and how once they get to the beginning of Rix Road, it starts to pick up and they all start to move a little bit faster. You're just like, yes, like it
yes,
gets
and
you,
also protect that little B2 emo.
yeah, it gets you
He's in the
so
front, surround him.
it gets you so pumped up and so hyped so slowly with these like little moments. And the way that it's edited together with all the other story beats that are happening, Mon Mothma, Cassian, like, I will never shut up about how good this show is. Except I will when Grogu comes back.
Yeah, I want to take a quick pause. I don't want to spend too much time on this, and I know you don't either. But which do you prefer, Mando or Andor? It's no judgment here. I'm not even sure what my answer is because they're so different. But you know what? I think okay, if I were to pose it this way, I think I know what the answer is, but if you could only watch Andor or The Mandalorian from now on, what would it be?
Mando is more rewatchable.
I fully agree.
And I've talked about this before because of, I mean, thinking about all the TV shows that we love dearly and that we will rewatch all the time. For the most part, it's like more fun, lighthearted stuff, right? It's like Parks and Recreation. Buffy gets very real at times, but for the most part, it's a lot more lighthearted.
It's pretty lighthearted, yeah.
Andor is something that Star Wars has severely been lacking, and it's been so refreshing to see. But it's not fun, silly, goofy.
Yeah, look, we start just about every year rewatching Parks and Recreation because it's just a positive, happy show. We love the characters. Nothing really bad. It's just comfort food, you know? We do not watch Breaking Bad every year. I don't watch The Wire every year. Those are amazing shows. I don't need to see them every year. I don't need that stress in my life.
We did rewatch Battlestar Galactica quite a few times, and I think that show it's got a lot of fun.
It's heavy
and stuff in it, but it is for the most part pretty heavy. And that might be the show that we've rewatched the most that is like that.
Agreed.
But if you make me choose between the two, I'm gonna choose Mando.
That's what I thought, and I don't know. I don't know.
But I think Andor is a better show. I think Andor's a better show. I will recommend Andor to anyone who is not a Star Wars fan over Mando.
I see. Yeah, I think I see that because Andor is kind of a gateway drug into like it's a little pulpy, a little weird, just enough like kind of ease into it. Hey, did you like that? Check out Mando. Try that one out. But yeah, it's similar to A New Hope is probably always going to be my favorite Star Wars movie. I do think The Empire Strikes Back is better. I think it's a better made film in just about every way. but God, I'd love A New Hope, and I always will. But I don't know. At this moment, like I still feel like I have the recency bias. I like this, that it's just happening. I don't think you've ever
What?
done this.
I have.
Just dabbing. You have? Okay.
My forehead is shiny. Go
But yeah,
on.
that's it. I right now I don't know which one I prefer, because I know I'm not going to rewatch Andor as often because I just don't need that stress. But
That's a good
shit,
point.
it's so good. It's so good.
Also, it gave us shit in canon.
Finally. Actually, Queen's Hope did it first.
Oh.
But I bet
Well,
now looking back, I bet that's because I bet E.K. Johnston was like, "Can I say this?" And they were like, "Whatever, Tony Gilroy's doing it." Like, we already blew past that, so why not you two?
speaking of Tony Gilroy, Justin Carter has another super chat here. Thank you, Justin. Tony Gilroy, Star Wars 1313. Let's make it happen. Is that the game, or was that a show?
Star Wars
1313.
Underworld was the show, and it was, I mean, they were going to be similar-ish, just kind of the underworld of Coruscant. Unfortunately, I don't think Tony Gilroy is going to want to stay in Star Wars. I will be shocked and thrilled if he does. If he finishes Andor and he's like, "What are we doing next?" I will be like, "Really?" But I think he had a very specific story he wanted to tell, and I think he'll be done when it's over.
I mean, we can only hope that he stays interested and wants to do more. But yeah, I think you're right. Because he worked on Rogue One, he probably already had a little bit of this idea in his mind for these characters, and it probably felt natural for him to come into Star Wars with these characters specifically.
But yeah, I think that just even if Tony Gilroy doesn't stick around, I think that there is plenty of hope for similar stories to continue on. Kathleen Kennedy straight up called this an experiment. Hopefully it went well. I don't know what they were expecting view-wise, but I feel like critically it got a lot of praise. So my hope is that they will continue to sprinkle this kind of storytelling into Star Wars. I do not want it to be the only thing Star Wars does. But I'm happy to have more of it.
Yeah. All right, we got to try to get through the rest of these in like less than an hour. So we're going to pick up the pace here. Joel Davis has the next one. Thank you so much, Joel. What is the legacy of Andor, and what is its impact on future and ongoing Star Wars stories? Will Lucasfilm be brave again to try a show this different from the mold again?
Like I just said, yes, I hope so. Especially after its reception. I think so.
Yeah, I think this is one of the only Star Wars shows that has picked up the pace in like viewership as it went on, or at least from like our content. That's as much as we can tell. Like, people got more interested as the show went on, and I think that just like maybe word of mouth just spread enough to where people are like, I've been hearing a lot of buzz about this show, let's check it out. So I think because of that, and because of them putting it on network TV, yeah, I think this is going to start a trend, hopefully.
I think there were also, I mean, yeah, we saw an increase in views. I also think that, She-Hulk, House of the Dragon, Rings of Power, they were all on before Andor and while it was on. So I think some people waited to start it. I literally got a message minutes ago from a friend who said, "Hey, I just finished episode 3 of Andor and I love it." So like some people are waiting to watch it.
Who's
So
watching episode 3?
Ruben from Dad's Garage.
Oh, that makes sense.
So,
He's busy.
yeah, he just wanted to let me know. And I'm like, yeah, he loves. Oh, but people might know Ruben because he was our anime expert when we did the Star Wars Vision stream. So
Yeah.
he's breaking away from anime and he's watching live action Star Wars now. But yeah, I think that word of mouth. I think there were a lot of factors that caused it to increase over time. But I'm just hopeful that the overall positive reaction to it means they will continue to do stuff like this.
Yeah. And I think as far as the legacy of Andor goes, I think it's part of that, like just making Star Wars shows a little bit more real, a little bit more down to earth, a little bit more like smaller scale type stuff, like what Nerdy Nightly was talking about. Like a lot of this had to do with just Ferrix. And that's where we kind of started and then ended up. So maybe it's just smaller scale storytelling.
I think I recorded my review for the season today as well. It won't be out until Friday, but something I say at the end is that I don't want all Star Wars to be like this. I still want my very, very pulpy Mandalorian adventures. I still want my goofy animation. Like I want a lot of things out of Star Wars. So I hope the lesson is not, let's only make Andor. I hope the lesson is, let's make Andor and let's keep experimenting. Like just keep doing stuff that is a little unexpected. That's what I want.
Yeah. I think we'll do that.
I'll say the next super chat is from Cubby Jack. Thank you, Cubby. Thanks for all the coverage you guys have done for this show. I've tuned in every week. Thank you, Cubby. Who was your favorite performance in the show? I'll just say, well, thank you for being here every week. Everyone showing up for these streams and showing support through super chats and just by watching and liking and commenting and all that. Like, thank you so much. It's been 10 full weeks. It's been busy.
Oh yeah. Give the videos a thumbs up.
I was the one to do it for once. Smash that like button.
It helps.
But thank you all for being here.
It helps YouTube to like know that we're doing something right. So
we're doing something right, I guess. But
give it a thumbs
thank
up.
you all. We are going to we're going to finally take our 10-year anniversary vacation next week after Andor's over. So thank you for sticking with us through all of that.
We were here on our actual anniversary.
We were doing a stream on our actual anniversary. It was like episode 4 or something. So
It was
thank
fun.
you all. Favorite performance in the show? Ooh.
I'm going to say Genevieve O'Reilly had some of my favorite performances.
I was going to say the same thing.
She's just like, she's so kind of soft-spoken and like quiet, but you know, she does a lot of like facial acting. Like her eyes just kind of like tell you everything you need to know. And I'm sure there's like a fancier way to tell that in like acting terms, but I don't know. Her performances just hit me so hard while she was doing very little, if that makes sense.
No, she rocked. Like, I think everyone going in knew to expect greatness from Stellan Skarsgård. That's kind of why I'm more leaning towards Genevieve. To me, they were the two absolute powerhouses. But Genevieve O'Reilly's story of like, oh, I was almost in Star Wars in 2005, but I'm in the deleted scenes, and then I'm in a couple scenes of Rogue One, and now I finally get to like come in here and kick the door in and be amazing constantly. Like, ugh. Good. It's such a good story, and she crushes it.
Yeah. And I mean, no shade on those deleted scenes from Revenge of the Sith, but this version of Mon Mothma is miles better than
they took all the stuff
version
off of her head. Let that hair go.
I mean, she just gets to be a real person, and we get to see her family life and like what actual real life struggles she's going through, and not bickering with other like senators about what Palpatine's doing.
Agreed. Michael Hughes has the next super chat. Thank you. Sorry, I was reading while you were scrolling. I love how much depth is given to cultures. Aldani, Ferrix, and Chandrilla feel like real societies with historic ceremonies and traditions. Great point about Chandrilla, which I kind of have not been throwing into the mix with Aldani and Ferrix, but you're absolutely right, is that all of these planets are unique and have their own cultures. And I just have neglected to put Chandrilla in that mix.
Yeah, that's something that I think Tony Gilroy and all the other creative people that are working on the show have paid very close attention to, is all the different cultures of Star Wars. And we see that kind of stuff a lot in shows like the Clone Wars, where we get to explore all these different arcs on different planets with you know, all the alien characters that we get to see in animation, because it's easier to do it in animation than live action, to be able to go to all these different places and see all these different people. But the way that they did it in this show in such a short amount of time, showing us so many different places and really letting us feel what it's like for them, it's so nice. And like, I hope we keep experiencing that in Star Wars.
Well, it's something that they do all the time, especially in the Clone Wars. Like, you get to see the various cultures that people interact with, but a lot of the oppression of the Empire is talked about and not shown. And to see it on, again, such a personal level of like, we are moving into Ferrix and we're gonna try to force you to be something you are not and you don't want to be, and you better fit in our box. And they show up and they don't fit in that box. There's more than 40 of them, and they showed up when the time grappler told them to, and they have all their instruments and all their cool uniforms, and they have a brick that is a person and also a weapon. And I love everything about it. So yeah, Ferrix means a lot to me. And I just want to bring this up real quick because, oh my God, thank you, Jeff, for an insanely generous super chat. Thanks for all the awesome and inspiring commentary. Happy anniversary to you both. Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you very, very much.
That is very generous. Thank you so much for tuning in and sending in that super chat. It means a lot to us. And, you know, we joke about spending our anniversary doing this, but it's what we would like to do. We wouldn't do these streams if they weren't ultimately like really fun for us to do. And like, we get to talk about so many aspects of these shows that we never would normally get to talk about with just our friends, because our friends like are very casual Star Wars fans. So it's nice to just be able to have this community to talk about it all and get into all the nitty gritty stuff.
And it's fun to see people bring up things that I'm like, oh, I didn't even think about that. Like, we went so deep into, wait, did Marva fake her death last week?
Oh my God.
but I wouldn't have thought of it otherwise. And it's fun to dive into.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a bathroom break real quick.
Okay.
And refresh my drink. Do you need anything?
I think I'm good. If you want any peanut butter pretzels,
okay.
I have them.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to bring up Joel Davis's next super chat. This show knows how to handle the emotional weight. Leia is tortured in A New Hope and easily lands on her feet. Bix is tortured and she's mentally broken. Yeah. Interesting how they found a way to show us torture and really make it mean something. Like in A New Hope, we get that line from Vader about Leia being, I forget what he says, being surprisingly resistant to the mind probe or something like that. And that is just not the case for Bix in Andor. And now I'm trying to think what happens to that doctor guy with his little earphone machine. Like, what happens to him before A New Hope, where they have to start using mind probes? They had such an effect. Well, I don't know if it was actually effective, because it kind of drove her crazy, which is scary. But it is interesting that we go from this in the timeline to, yeah, Leia getting probed with the mind droid, or yeah, mind probe droid. I don't remember what they're called. And I think Alex brought this up in his roundtable interview with one of the writers about like the use of silence to show the torture itself and what that means. Like, it's even scarier because we don't know what it sounds like. Only Bix knows, and we only get to see her reaction to the sounds that she's hearing. And that adds like a whole other level of fear. Did you just crack that? Oh, did you just crack that in front of the microphone?
I was over there.
Oh, okay. It was.
I
really
did wait.
loud.
I did wait until the I got here so people could hear it.
Okay. Alex is having beer for dinner.
This show knows how to handle the emotional weight Leia's tortured in A New Hope and easily lands on her feet. Bix is not. Yeah. I mean, I think that's, again, just more the difference in audience age than anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I brought up the line where, like, we got the line from Vader saying that Leia was surprisingly resistant to the mind probe or something like that. And then in this show, we just see it happen. We don't hear it. And that makes it even scarier that we don't hear it.
If you haven't read The Princess and the Scoundrel, they go into detail a little bit about what the mind probe is. Doesn't sound great.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
I think that and Bloodline have both touched on what she went through for real, and it's not good.
Yeah. Dragonus Prime has the next super chat here. It's you, dude. There's something so poetically Star Wars about Cassian building the part of the very super laser that killed him. I mean, it killed a lot of other people too, but yeah.
but also specifically him.
The way that I do like the inclusion of this post-credit scene, because it's just another way to say how little the Empire really cares about these prisoners. Like, they're just having them build these tiny, like, minuscule parts of this devastating planet killer.
Yeah.
But like, they could be building anything. They don't know what they're building. So
I mean, that's like, even in my video about how we will never figure out what they're building, I was like, it's probably for the Death Star. Like, that, it just made sense of like, let's force all these people to make this one thing that we need a ton of. It made sense. I just didn't think we would actually see it.
I didn't either. I was kind of hoping there would be a post-credit scene, but I didn't know what I wanted it to be. I did not have seeing what they were building on my post-credit scene bingo card.
Yeah. I'm gonna check and see. I left a comment today on that video that just said, "Welp."
That's funnier. While you do that, I'm going to bring up this next super chat from Lesmond Degant. Thank you so much. At Celebration next year, we see a bunch of guys in Narkina 5 prison scrubs running through the main hall shouting "One way out." Yeah, I'm down.
I want to do that.
That sounds like an easy cosplay.
We've already talked to a friend of ours about doing that for Dragon Con.
Yeah, one of our more casual Star Wars fan friends was like, let's do that. That seems easy.
It's a good idea. Bill Rudd has the next one. Thank you, Bill. Time grappling. This message was sent when you first started answering questions. Oh, no. Fantastic season, though I was very sad to see that Kubaz got tased. Hopefully he's okay. But yeah, he was the one that got zapped and like...
Is that the long snoot guy?
Yeah. He like
the one that looked
stiffens
like,
up.
Yeah. Looked like Garandan.
Yeah.
Ugh. Well, now we know about our ability to do this in good time, and we cannot.
The answer is we can't.
The answer is we're bad at it. But thank you, Bill, for your super chat.
Lynn Koyo has the next super chat. Thank you, Lynn. And this is their second. Can't wait for the Marva Brick collectible.
Someone, I forget, maybe it was on Twitter, someone said that like they wanted them to come out with like a model of that or like a Lego set of that or something. I doubt that will happen, but if they did, I would buy it.
I will take the B2 Emo Lego set first. That's my...
Yeah.
Okay, I have manifested BD1 and the Land Speeder. I manifest the B2 Emo Lego set. Gods of Lego, give it to me.
Alex is doing witchcraft.
Anything to get B2 Emo.
Eric Bruno, thanks for the next super chat. I have a machine shop out back. I bet I can make the time grappler anvil time thing. Damascus steel is probably the best real world analog.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that Beskar and Valyrian steel are based off of in their various fantasy worlds.
Oh, fancy.
Fancy. But yeah, I cannot wait to see Time Grappler cosplays.
I was going to say, stunning. Yeah,
Time Grappler cosplays, Prisoner cosplays, Daughters of Ferrix / whatever Brasso was, Sons of Ferrix? I don't know.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah. I want a marching band at Celebration to just walk around, and whoever has the flute had better glue another flute to their flute. So they, I loved their space instruments.
Double flute. Bakey says, "This is Ferrix." Oh God.
I specifically uploaded that when I saw this come in.
Oh my God. I didn't see how intense his face was.
Look at him. He's the best.
That's going to give me nightmares.
Cassia Pidgeot, thank you for the next super chat. Very real prediction. I'm sure it will be. Luthen kills Cassian on the Fondor. Season 2 will be about the B Squad, bringing him back using the World Between Worlds, of course.
There it is.
I need to have like a something to bring up when we hit the World Between Worlds question of the week.
Like one of those. We have that button thing that someone gave us at Celebration. I need to put new batteries in it. So
it's out of batteries. So I'll just sigh exasperated.
Oops. Joel Ramirez, thanks for the next super chat. No one Star Wars fan can do it on their own, but together. Krieger, a prequel apologist. What? Krieger.
Okay.
Do you want to read it?
Yeah. They're going off of Saw's speech about how the rebellion is all fractured, and he starts naming all the different people. So Luthen says, no one's... Hold on, I can try to do a Luthen voice. Cassian Andor. No one Star Wars fan can do it on their own, but together. Krieger, a prequel apologist. Maya Pai, A Neo Raylo. I didn't read that first. That's funny. A Neo Raylo. The Expanded Universe Front, Sequel Alliance, Lucas Cultus. They're lost. They're all lost. How was that?
That was good.
that
I think.
pause. That pause said otherwise. It was good.
I am proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm starving though, so I'm gonna keep eating these peanut butter pretzels.
Okay. Well, Joel, that was a very fun.
Yes. Now that I get it, I appreciate it.
God, he was so good in this series. Only 2 scenes, but Forrest crushed it. Bakey has the next 2 super chats here. Cyril and Dedra deserve each other for all the wrong reasons. Agreed. And the next one is some guy flips B2 emo. So you have chosen death. The Empire has chosen death. Oh, okay. I heard Molly laughing from the other room.
I had my microphone muted because I'm chomping away.
But yeah, I think I will always remember Captain Tigo in all of his hubris tipping over B2 emo like a fool.
The worst decision.
The Empire just doesn't understand. He just saw a droid and was like, I'm going to tip him over. And everyone else, like there's a part where they're all gathering and B2, his head just keeps swiveling and he's just looking at everyone that's gathered around him. And I love that. And it's like all of these people value B2 emo. Love it.
Yeah, that guy chose violence and paid dearly for it.
Kicked in the chest right away. What's that, Parks and Rec? Like straight to jail right away. Nope.
Straight to jail.
Hit with a brick right away.
Bradley Thomas, thanks so much for the next super chat. What was up with Cyril and the sergeant swapping hats? I also didn't quite understand that.
Me neither.
Was that their way of disguise? Just like, let's just swap hats. No one will know.
No one will know. There was something about. I will be really interested to see if anyone in the chat has some insight, but it did not make sense to me. Like Cyril was looking at his hat, and then Mosk just kind of like took his off and handed over. I guess they just didn't know which hat to wear. I do not know. Maybe
Cyril's hat didn't fit very well because he's always fiddling with his clothes and like tailoring them and stuff. So maybe the other guy noticed that and he was like, I'll just give you mine.
So yeah, maybe something like that. I mean, that's people in chat are suggesting that. Sign of respect from Intoxicated Gamer. Cyril didn't like his hat, so the sergeant offered his instead, says Dwight. Isaac. They thought they would fit better. But it shows how Mickey Mouse the operation was. Yeah, that's kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I do not have a solid answer on that. But it did just seem like maybe they were in there. They wanted to show, hey, these 2 guys are coming too. Cyril brought Mosk, which I did have a reaction to. I was like, oh, you brought him along?
Great.
Yeah, wahoo. But I do not have an answer to that. It cannot be explained yet. Wait for the Cyril Karn novel.
Someone will explain it, and then you'll have to give them a t-shirt.
Great. I would love to do that. I'll get a bunch made. Okay, Brian Barrett, thank you for the next super chat. I'm kind of lost, though. Why did Luthen want to kill Cassian? Loose ends? Oh, you're not lost at all. Yes, correct.
Yep, he was a loose end that he's been kind of worried about ever since he met him. And it did seem like that storyline kept dragging on, like, oh, where's Cassian? We got to take him out. He's a loose end. Where's Cassian? I don't know. He's a loose end. We got to take care of him. Like, they would not give that up. But then Luthen comes all the way to Ferrix by himself. I mean, he knows that Vel and Cinta are there, but still, he's just kind of there on his own to kill Cassian, and he doesn't get there in time. Or I guess more so, they start everything early there, and it messes up his plan. And in the process, Luthen is just shook to his core by Marva's message.
And I think all the violence.
Well, yeah. Shook literally to his core by all the bombs.
Yeah. I still have this weird, like, I don't know what giving him the Kyber crystal was for. I guess it was just insurance to be like, please do this job. But also part of me thinks that, like, I do think Luthen thought there was something in Cassian and that he could be someone who helps this rebellion. And then I guess maybe...
I was going to say, I don't think it means anything that it was Kyber crystal. It could have been a diamond.
Sure. Well, he was giving him something, some sort of like, I want this back. To me, I thought that was him showing some belief in him, but maybe the fact that Cassian did give it back and left, maybe that was Luthen thinking, okay, he's not really in this for the right reasons. So yes, he is a loose end and we have to kill him. But at the end, that smile he gives, even though it is like, knowing who Luthen is, I'm a little scared of it. I think Luthen sees that, okay, he's like, he just put his life in my hands. He is willing to give it all for something real. So I do think that it kind of came all back around. But until that point, he thought that Cassian was just a thief and nothing more.
Yeah.
Tan Kabuka has the next super chat. I'm sorry if I said your last name wrong. Clea and Dedra both wear red in enemy territory. That's a fun one.
Oh,
Clea,
were they both wearing red?
Yeah, so in episode 7, Clea is walking through Coruscant past stormtroopers and stuff to go meet Vel. And in episode 12, when Dedra is like, I just want to go walk the town, she puts on a red cloak.
Oh, yeah. I did find that interesting that she, like, had a disguise on for this one part. But I guess that works well with what happens at the end of the episode when people see her for who she really is, and they almost tear her apart.
Yeah.
Cowards.
Should have kept the red on.
Yeah. Joel Ramirez, thanks for the next super chat. Also, isn't this going to look bad publicly / politically for the Empire? I mean, they basically open fired on civilians' thoughts. Well, they did wait to give the command to open fire till the kid threw the bomb. I did notice that.
I
but
still
then
think
then it was like, yeah, open fire.
It could look bad. It could be something that galvanizes the Senate a little bit. Like, we know about the Gorman massacre. We've never heard about the Ferrix massacre. So this could be a stepping stone of the Senate being like, oh, that doesn't look great. Maybe we should actually wake up and listen to Mon Mothma. And it could keep ramping up into the Gorman massacre.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we know the Empire's not going to get any better. So no, it doesn't look good for them, but they're not going to stop. Like, they don't really care. They're like, we have a Death Star coming, so whatever.
It's up there. You can see it if you squint.
I promise it's almost done. Krennic says any day now. 5 years later. And Tan has another super chat. Thank you, Tan. Other observations. Death Star at the end looks like the series logo. Bix parallels Rogue One defected pilot. I did think that about Bix and Bodhi. And Bodhi gets his mind messed up. And Bix is kind of like, I had a dream you were here. And Marva was here. And like,
that's the
very Wizard of Oz.
Dorothy syndrome, yeah.
Yeah.
And you were in it?
Someone pushed B2 emo. Who would do such a thing?
That didn't happen, did it? No.
No one would. But yeah,
I didn't notice
did
the Death
like
Star
that.
looking. I didn't notice the Death Star looking like the series logo. That's cool.
I guess a little bit. You got the big sphere and then like the pieces coming out of it.
Mm-hmm. Love a good parallel. Eric Bruno, thanks for the next super chat. Alex, I hope that's where it stops. Gilroy, you sweet summer child.
Nope. Nothing bad happens to B2 emo.
Yep.
Or Brasso or Bix. I'm on board with everyone right now, so don't let anything bad happen to them, please. Cassian already dies. We don't have to kill anyone else.
Yeah. Garth McMurray, thanks for the next one. The time grappler killing the stormtrooper. Yay! That's. Well, I was going to show my drawing.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. That's what happened. That's what happens when you mess with the time grappler. He's going to.
You get the hammers.
Well, no, you don't even get the hammers.
That's true. Yeah.
He was not good enough for the hammers. He just got a kick.
We were recording our commentary earlier today, and Molly did a voice for the stormtrooper like, hey, I was just asked, or someone told me to come ask you to politely stop, and he just, boom, kick him out.
Hey, I was told that you could maybe stop doing that. And yeah.
Could you just keep it down a little? Oh, no. CYNIC Union, thank you for the next super chat. Best moment of catharsis in this episode is Brasso just whacking a dude with a brick of remains. Made me clap my hands and go, F yeah, man. Me too. Me too, indeed.
Hell yeah.
There's me clapping my hands.
This show has so many moments like that where you're just like, finally, this happened. This one thing, this like release of tension happened. And in the best way possible. It's a funeral brick to the face. And like, Marva is cheering them on from beyond the grave.
She's in heaven just clapping.
Yeah.
Saying, fight the Empire.
But because there is definitely a hell in Star Wars because Han Solo said so. So heaven has to be there too.
Agreed.
This is a good one. Sweet Feet Pete says, wait, so did Perrin actually have gambling debts? This is a good point because I was like, oh, he must have because he's a terrible person.
But I actually believe Perrin. For once. I think he is genuinely like, what the hell? I haven't been gambling in forever.
That's what I'm saying. I think he used to have a gambling problem.
Oh, yes, he did.
And so for Mon Mothma, this is an easy way to make this debt problem make sense to the ISB.
Right. But do you think he actually has debts now?
Probably.
You think he does?
He's a jerk, yeah.
This is the one time that Perrin opened his mouth and I was like, I believe you, but I still hope you go down for this.
I don't know. There's just the way that he like responded to her accusations. Although he was drinking, so it's hard to say if he was being truthful or not, but he was kind of like, that's preposterous. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Oh, like, I want to point out, like, we for sure know Mon Mothma was doing that for the driver's benefit. She was like, I have to throw some blame onto Perrin to get the heat off me, even though I think it's only a temporary thing. But the question is, was it real or not? And I actually think Perrin was like, I promised I wouldn't gamble anymore, and I'm not. But I'm still like, yeah, get him.
It's funny either way, because Mon Mothma is finally playing his game.
Yeah. Oh, like, it's not a honest thing to do. It's interesting to cheer on Mon Mothma like that. Like, she's supposed to be this paragon of good. And I'm like, yeah, lie. Get him. Get him, Mon Mothma.
I mean, she's been devolving into a person that, yeah, is having to lie. I mean, she's been lying for a long time to parents specifically, but to a lot of other people. But she's having to lie and do things a little bit more dirty more and more throughout the season. And in this one episode, you see her, yeah, plant information for the ISB against her own husband to cover up her debt caused by giving money to the rebellion against the Empire. And you see her in the beginnings of selling off her daughter to continue to help cover up the money that she's funneling to the rebellion.
Yeah. That like I thought that when she did that thing with Perrin, I was like, oh, this is good. This could work. And then we see the ISB, the driver, talking to Blevin. And I was also weirdly happy to see Blevin again. But we see them talking and I'm like, it is working. And then they still, I guess it was just a temporary fix. But I was bummed to see that she went through that.
Mm-hmm.
Through with that.
Yeah. All right, we gotta
step it up.
We gotta
get off in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna end this at 10 o'clock no matter what. So I'm gonna try to get through these. Ice has the next one here. Fantastic finale. Honestly, better than what I expected. There were moments that made me emotional and others that made me pump my fist. Great send off to season 1. Absolutely. We've said it several times already, but yeah, like lots of misty eyes and lots of fist pumping because this episode was so good. So well done.
Wonderful episode.
Holly, thank you so much. Loved the line about one too many in Nimic's manifesto and how it made me instantly think of Luke and the Death Star. Thanks for all the great streams. Thanks,
you,
Holly. One too many for the Death
Star. Too many. Yeah. Like eventually he says something like more and more things will happen. He says something like too many leaks will get into the Empire's banks and eventually it'll be one too many. It'll all overflow and it'll all come undone. Yeah, that was like a big one too many though.
Yeah.
I guess blowing up Alderaan is a big one too many.
Well, it's like I heard that one too many thing as being the tipping over of B2, being the major one too many of this episode.
I think every culture can have their one too many.
Yeah.
And then the galaxy itself can have its one too many.
Messing with B2 is always going to be one too many, no matter if we're starting at one or too many.
I've every time like a really big Star Wars thing happens, the whole day we're getting texts. And so many texts came in today just about how distraught people were when B2 got tipped over. Just saying, everyone loves B2. He can do no wrong.
Mm-mm.
Ice, thank you for another super chat. The show was not without its flaws and faults. I do hope season 2 strikes a better balance, but nothing's perfect overall. Andor was very solid and well done. I agree. I definitely have my criticisms of the show. Kind of the way we are talking about The Mandalorian being like, I think we're going to rewatch that more often. It's because it is more pulpy and fun and stuff. But I also think that Andor was just on the other end of just being so well written and meticulous. And I do still think that it had some things I wish it had done different, but I wouldn't trade them for the moments that we got and all of the moments like B2 being tipped over and just me screaming about it. Like, again, anytime I get a huge emotional reaction out of a series, I'm going to treasure it.
I like that, the way you slyly changed your headphones throughout giving that answer.
What?
Nothing.
That made me laugh. AirPods are dead. We're in the end game now.
We're done, Zoe. Mine are sticking it out for now, but I probably just jinxed them.
I think I did a great job of continuing to talk while multitasking.
That's what I said, but you didn't hear
Aw,
me because you
I
were
didn't.
multitasking.
I hadn't switched my audio over to these yet.
Oh, okay. The boys, thank you so much for the next super chat. Been listening to you guys on Spotify, all episodes since Kenobi started. So cool to catch you guys live. That's awesome. Honestly,
Hi, the boys.
Thank you so much for letting us know and sending in a super chat, because I know we're on Spotify, but I forget because we do everything live on YouTube. And like, we've just lived on YouTube for so long that I forget that we are also on Spotify and Apple Podcast and wherever podcasts are found. So check us out there.
Well, if you listen to our latest episode, this one, if you listen to that on Spotify, Molly made sure that we introduce ourselves at the beginning for podcast listeners, because we just don't do that usually. And she was like, we should do that. Every other podcast does that.
Yeah, because I used to listen to a lot of podcasts. Now I still listen to a few, but I don't have time to do it much. But it's like, yeah, every episode they kind of introduce themselves and like what they're doing. We just like go straight into it. Like, all right, here's the deal. We're talking about Andor. Which I don't know. Some people might prefer that, but I was like, you know what? Every once in a while, we should just tell people who we are and what we're doing.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Because if we were doing like a live show every week, that's what they would do. Like on stage, we would do that. Anyways. Justin Carter has the next super chat. Random dark thought. Ooh, I had those all the time. After what happened with Luthen, did Imperials in that sector just start firing on random hull crafts during their stops? Hope not. Probably not, because they were probably too embarrassed to admit that they lost someone in a random checkup. Like that probably would have gotten them into more trouble if they admitted that they pulled someone over. That person destroyed their tractor beam, destroyed 2 TIE fighters and a bomber, and then flew off. Like, they probably told them that they got ambushed.
I'm going to go with, we've never seen that ship before, so it might be kind of rare. So hopefully not a lot of hull crafts are just popping in to the Segra Milo sector of space.
That's probably a good call.
So everyone's all right.
Yeah. Ice. One thing I'm conflicted over is Pock's kid going to Marva's funeral, planning on bombing it. That felt disrespectful to her, while I understand him. See, I feel like Marva would be fine with a bomb at her funeral.
I like we were speculating on her brick being a bomb, so I see Willman as being prepared. He seemed even hesitant to use it in the moment, but like chaos was already happening and he was like, I guess. Like, I don't know that he showed up to, I don't know that the bomb was going to go off no matter what. I kind of think it would have, but I don't know. Yeah,
I like what Nerdy Knightley brought up earlier in the stream about them underestimating the elderly and the youth, because that kid is an example of them underestimating the youth. That kid was there and he had this bomb ready to go. And we also talked about like the back and forth dynamic in that big fight scene, and that kid and the one Imperial guy that was like behind the front line, I forget what his name is, but they had
the really intense dude that was yelling everything all the time.
Yeah, they had an interesting dynamic that whole time, because they were both kind of sizing each other up, checking each other out constantly, because like it was like he knew the kid was hiding something and the kid knew that he was watching him. So they kept cutting back to the two of them kind of just like watching each other very intensely. And then the kid finally got the bomb out and threw it right at him. It was so good.
And I'll point out, Ice has the next super chat that is related. It felt like dumb luck that Marva posthumously inspired them, causing that Imperial to attack B2, which started the fighting. It removed any blame he would have had if he'd thrown the bomb first. Which that's what I'm saying. We don't know that he showed up definitely like, I'm gonna bomb the funeral. We don't know. It is weird that he showed up with a bomb at a funeral. So I do kind of think that was his plan. I'm just saying we don't know. It's very Luke. And what's in the cave? Only what you bring with you. And the fact that he brings his lightsaber into Ben Solo's hut. Why did you bring a lightsaber into your nephew's hut in the first place? And if you hadn't, you never would have ignited it, no matter what you saw in his mind. So I do kind of think that was his plan. But I agree with Molly that I think Marva would have been like, yeah, fight the Empire.
Or another F word.
Yeah, no, I'm going to use fight the Empire as my new just, you know what I really mean.
Yeah. Didn't Luke just sense something wrong from Ben? And that's like, if you just sense something wrong, wouldn't you go in with some kind of weapon?
Why? It's his nephew. That's what I'm saying.
But there could be a bad guy in there.
Snoke's hiding behind the couch.
I'm just saying, like, if he really sensed that something was terribly wrong, I don't fault him too much for taking. Now, igniting it is a different thing. Taking it in there and just like.
But oh boy. So I think that if he sensed like there's something off about my nephew, he needs help, he needs guidance, whatever, and he's just going to go in and take a peek in his mind, which is already an invasion of privacy, but he's going to go do that. Like, why do you need your lightsaber for that? And if he hadn't brought his lightsaber, then he wouldn't have ignited it. I don't really like the igniting was brought on by whatever he saw and sensed in his head. So I'm like, I think that was a moment of pure instinct, as he says, but you shouldn't have brought your lightsaber in there in the first place. The same way you shouldn't have brought your lightsaber into the dark side cave on Dagobah. That's Luke's issue. Yoda says you only bring in what you take with you, and Luke brings his fear in. He brings that lightsaber because he's afraid he might need it. He didn't need it.
It's because Luke is weak.
I mean, like, yeah, people don't want to admit that. Luke is human, I think, is
you just said he was afraid. I think it's the same thing in a way. Like, people freak out if I say Luke is weak, but if someone says Luke is afraid, they're like, well, yeah.
Well, no, I think Luke is human. I think people don't want to admit that Luke is a human person that has fears, and that because he threw away his lightsaber one time in Return of the Jedi, that doesn't mean that he has fixed all of his psychological problems.
Yeah.
And he's still that kid on Dagobah that is like, I got to bring my lightsaber into my nephew's hut because I'm afraid.
Yes,
we went.
We should move on.
Way over that way.
Also, my AirPods just made a sound. Does that mean they're dying?
Did they go biddle?
Yeah.
Probably, if you can hear, then that's a step above mine, but
they're still working for now, but they're about to die. Oh, did they just die? It just made the sound again.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you in this one.
Oh, she can hear me. Okay, well, I'll go with Garth McMurray. Thank you for the next super chat. I hope season 2 still has no Skywalkers or Jedi. Me too. I have been digging this. I have always been a fan of these kinds of stories. I love the X-Wing books. I love the Alphabet Squadron books. I love Star Wars stories that deal with the, as Tony Gilroy puts them, like the behind the scenes characters, like the he would almost say non-canon, which is incorrect, but like the people who are over here that aren't in the movies, but they make the universe go round. I love those stories. And so I'm totally down to keep it focused on the people who are behind the scenes that did everything that needed to get done so that Luke Skywalker could blow up the Death Star.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. As soon as I said that, the other one died, and I was like, well, I'm just going to go ahead and change them. No Skywalkers or Jedi. Yeah, we really don't need any Skywalkers yet, because this whole thing is like a precursor to Rogue One, which is a precursor to A New Hope. Like, so none of that. Also,
I
we
will
don't
say
need-
if Leia shows up, I'm not going to be upset. But she doesn't know yet, so
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if she's still pretty young and it's more surrounded by Brea and Bale, I won't mind if Leia's there, because the girl that plays her, Vivian something, is a delight, and I would love to see her play Leia again. But we don't need any Jedi or Skywalkers to continue this story.
I agree with you. It should be about the precursor to Luke Skywalker. Everything that happened to get him to that point.
Yeah. Garth has another super chat. Marva is a brick house. She's mighty mighty. Just let it all hang out.
Just let it all hang out.
Just
Marva.
let it. Eric, thank you so much for the super chat. I don't know if this had a
I got it.
sticker
It says,
Oh.
Let's just all acknowledge that smacking an Imperial in the face is a brick. Sorry, let me reread that. Let's just all acknowledge that smacking an Imperial in the face with a brick was the post-death Marva deserved.
So good.
She absolutely would have wanted that.
Yes.
We can't read whatever language was written on there. I assume it said Marva Karasi Andor, but it may have said hit someone with this.
Parentheses F the Empire.
Yeah, fight the Empire. Didn't say fight.
Didn't say fight.
Didn't.
Ice with another one here. Thank you so much, Ice. Everything with the funeral hit me personally because of my country's history. Bombings in the 1980s were commonplace in Ireland, as were attacking funerals before I was born, but it still felt today, so all that hit hard.
And Ice has the next one as well. It also adds a certain weight that Fiona Shaw is Irish, so that made it all run through my head watching those scenes for the first time today. I did not know that, and I've had people telling me about, and I can't remember what it's called now, but like the fact that Ferrix hitting the metal was based off of people like banging trash cans and stuff.
Yeah.
From the real world. Like Ferrix has so many real world inspirations from it. And I did not know Fiona Shaw was Irish as well. So that all feels very deliberate.
That feels like, I mean, that just feels right. You know, it feels like it's all making sense now. And I love all of these connections. And there's something about the idea that Tony Gilroy, we've said it a billion times, he started out doing this not being like super involved in Star Wars. He wasn't a big fan. He didn't know that much about everything. So I'm wondering if he was able to make all of these real life, like real world connections to other things a lot easier and more, I don't know, like more casually than someone who is more of an in-depth Star Wars fan might overthink the ability to connect Star Wars to a very real thing that's happening, that has happened in history but is happening right now. Like, does that make sense? Like someone like Favreau or Filoni might be like, ooh, I probably shouldn't touch that because that's a little too real. And they might not make those same connections as someone like Tony Gilroy, who is just like, this is what Star Wars is about, and I'm telling this story.
I was thinking of it more from, sometimes people will ask like, oh, if you could write a Star Wars story, what would you do? And my answer is I would not, because I don't think I'd write a good one. I mean, I think I would be too caught up in the minutia to write something like Andor. I also don't have the skill to write something like Andor to begin with, but basically I think that having a healthy separation from Star Wars is a good thing. Like there's room for both. Obviously, I love what Favreau and Filoni are doing, but it's also good to have in the mix a creator who is like, I didn't grow up with Star Wars, and here's what I did, and it's great. I also think that like he still seems a little bit too like, oh, I was never a fan growing up. And I'm like, dude, you know what the Gorman massacre is. You are a fan. You have entered the threshold. Stop acting like you're not a Star Wars fan. I think he is one of us, and he just has yet to openly announce that. I can't wait for season 2 to end, and he's going to come out and be like, you know what? I love Star Wars.
I get it now.
Yeah.
I mean, that would make sense to me.
But like, I think he's a bigger fan than he even realizes.
Yeah. I think because he doesn't like obsess over the little details. He thinks that he's not a more connected fan than the rest. I don't know. We got a lot to catch up on. We're supposed to be ending here in 5 minutes. Maddie Gunner says B2 Emo is my hero. Obviously, Maddie. Yes.
He's the best.
Everyone's hero.
Thank you, Maddie.
Thank you, Maddie. Ice. Gotta be honest, Marva's words hit so... Oh, okay. I thought maybe we read this already. Marva's words hit so much harder and were so much more impactful than anything in Nimic's manifesto. Just wasn't a fan of that thread.
I liked them both.
I liked it.
And I think they work. I think they work together.
Because we didn't get to hear the beginning, middle, and end of Nimic's manifesto, maybe some of it was out of context. I think there's a lot more that we could have gotten from that we didn't. And I would love it if they just released that as a little side book, but that's just me.
I'm sure there's more, but what we heard from Nimic's manifesto, I was like, yes, this is good. And what everything of Marva's speech, I was like, yes, this is good. Yeah. I loved it all.
Vessel, thank you so much for the super chat. Well, I was going to say what Molly just said about the hat, so instead, thanks for the content, guys. Thank you. I think I said something about
the hat 30 minutes ago.
The hat not fitting correctly, and because Cyril was always obsessing about the fit of everything.
Oh.
And the tailoring. Maybe the other guy just kind of like saw him fiddling with the hat and was like, here, just take mine.
I like that.
Because they know each other so well, apparently. Could be. Could be. He's that in tune with Cyril, which I kind of love. That little bromance.
It's like it's frustrating that I'm like, oh, look at them. But no, they're the bad guys. They're the bad guys.
Yeah.
I kind of hope Mosk gets some redemption. I don't think it'll happen for Cyril, but for Mosk, I'm like, you can do it.
Yeah. DC HVAC, thanks for the next super chat. Do you think Luthen took the blaster to his head, or to Cassian, or to neither?
To no one. At the end, no. Like, Luthen, I love that Cassian gives him the blaster and he's like, you can kill me. And Luthen goes, what game is this? Because it's all a game to Luthen. But no, the smile from Luthen after Cassian is like, take me in or kill me. That's Cassian saying, you were right. I want to give it all for something real.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to stop stealing from the Empire in little petty ways. I want to hit him where it hurts. And Luthen was like, oh, I thought you were just a thief. But you're not. Let's go. That's what that smile means.
Yeah.
The blaster stays down.
Yeah. He was already I think into the idea of taking Cassian in. He just needed a little push. Riv Wilson has the next super chat here. Just a preemptive RIP for Andor and everyone in Andor's life.
Nope. Brasso, B2, Bix, they're all fine. they're all living happily.
I
And
want
I will
to,
not believe anything else at this time.
right. Until proven otherwise, we have to believe that everyone else lives happily ever after.
They
The
moved
end.
to the Ganji moon or whatever, and they stayed there forever. It's a paradise there. You don't even know. I looked it up on Wikipedia. It doesn't exist, so it might as well be heaven.
It's a code name for something. We already got Star Wars Miami. We'll get Star Wars South Carolina or
With
something.
the Ganji moon, it could. I was about to make a weed joke, and now I guess I am. The Ganja moon.
Spice joke, Alex. Get it together.
Legalize spice.
Darth Nicholas, thanks for the super chat. Do you think Vel and Cinta will still look for an opportunity to kill Cassian in season 2, or do you think they have more or less given up on him? I don't think Vel wanted to kill him from the start. I think Cinta would have had she gotten the chance, but no, I don't think either of them care anymore about killing Cassian.
I think they'll just do what Luthen tells them to do. And if Luthen says he's part of the crew now, then they're going to be fine. And he'll be like, hey, my name is Keith. I mean Clem. I mean Cassian. And they'll be like, great, welcome aboard. I think they're going to be fine.
Yeah, they'll be fine. Ice with another super chat. I'm also glad that Marva got one final scene and Fiona Shaw went out with an absolute bang. That made up for her death off screen last week. Agreed. I did not expect to see her do this amazing monologue post death. I was like, oh, that's such a bummer that Fiona Shaw is like gone already. And like, I really liked Marva. The fact that we got her speech made it all make sense, and I'm so glad we got it.
I remember being at the premiere and being like, Fiona Shaw is here, that's awesome. And then she's in not that many scenes in the first 3 episodes. But yeah, the fact that her character just keeps growing and growing and growing, and like that I think that's exactly the emotion they wanted out of all of us, is to be like, what the hell? She died off screen? That's it? So that in this episode we can be like, there she is. And she just does what she does, and it's so good.
Yes. Coleslaw, thanks so much for this super chat. I was waiting for this one. Avocado facts and Georgia legislature facts are equally true. The avocado facts are simply harder to verify. Parentheses, the Georgia legislature really did legally make Andor a word in 1953.
I still don't know if he's lying or not. Don't
But
know.
I don't either. If they did, what did they make it mean?
It's like a replacement for and or and slash or.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. This show is too. It almost feels
Andor's
too
not
real.
in the Scrabble dictionary. That's all I know.
I like that. That's the first thing you went to check.
I just
Scrabble?
Googled is Andor a word, and that's in bold at the top. It says no, Andor is not in the Scrabble dictionary. Apparently, that's the gold standard.
You can tell we're getting ready for the holidays when we're looking up Scrabble rules because someone's uncle cheats at Scrabble. We all know that. Caravaggio 2012, thanks for the super chat. What if Grogu finds and befriends B2? I can't.
Hold on.
I can't. I can't with that. If that happens, I will explode.
And we'll have to combine collections, I guess. I mean, my collection is much smaller because I only have 3 things. I have 3.
I have the B2 Funko in here.
Okay, we have 4 B2 things if you count my homemade costume.
We count that, yes. I helped you make that.
So we're gonna have 4 B2 emo things and Molly's 100 Grogu things, but we will combine collections and it'll be nice.
This time next year, there will be 1,000 B2 emo things that we can buy. I'm
God,
sure
I
of
hope
it.
so. I hope so.
Justin Carter, thanks so much for the next super chat.
I just realized, like, what if we go back to the Disney Depot droid thing and they have one of those? That's all.
We can't think about that right now.
No.
Justin, thanks so much. Before season 2 is over, I need to see Bix stand over Dedra and end her. I love her character, but that woman is so evil, and also her and Cyril are so toxic. Yeah, it would be really nice to see Bix get some revenge on Dedra, but like I don't know that we'll see that happen because I don't know, just the idea of revenge in general is frowned upon. It's like a more dark side thing. So if she were to take the high road, then probably wouldn't
Cinta might
do that. Cinta might.
I mean,
but
Cinta is definitely in that place.
Cinta doesn't really know Bix that well, so
no, but that doesn't matter. Cinta just hates the Empire, but it's not like she knew the Corv was his name, something like that. She didn't know that dude. She just knew he was Imperial and wanted to kill him.
Yeah.
And she knows Dedra worked above him, so she's probably like, all right, I'll kill her next.
Mm-hmm. And you're right, Cyril and Dedra together, that is very toxic, which is why I hope they don't really make them a romantic thing going forward, because it just brings back early memories that I had of Anakin and Padme, and me being like, ooh, I don't think Padme likes him coming onto her like that. And then they end up together anyways, and I'm like, all right, I guess. Feels toxic. This for sure.
This for sure.
Anakin and Padme, that's my own thing that maybe not everyone else agrees with, but just made me think of it. Jane Dalton. Hi, Jane. If you're still here. This wasn't too long ago. Nothing to add to the discussion-wise, but thanks for the great streams that make this show even more fun to watch. Sad to see it end for now. Truly an amazing era for fandom.
I was just thinking about how we're going to get this. We're going to get The Bad Batch, The Mandalorian, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which is something that weirdly keeps escaping my mind, despite like how much I love Fallen Order.
The Game Awards are coming in like a week and a half.
Yeah, it's like it's coming soon. There's that, and we'll probably I don't know if we'll get anything else within those 6 months, but it's like we have 4 big things coming.
Mm-hmm. We're spoiled. The end.
Darth Nicholas, thank you for the next super chat. Andor is by far the best written, best acted, best directed, best shot, and best produced Star Wars show I've ever seen, and might just be my favorite Star Wars content of all time. I hope season 2 will likewise stay fresh and original. Me too. I do have some worries about season 2, but I'm trying to push them out of my mind. I'm trying to just enjoy season 1 right now because I really, really am.
Mm.
And I do worry that season 2, the way they're going to structure it, I don't know. I have worries about that, but that's for 2 years in the future. And I trust the writers. I think they have 2 years. They know what they're doing.
I think they do. And then as to best written, best acted, best directed, best shot, best produced, I love all of that. And you know, I might have to rewatch some of The Mandalorian
some of maybe Book of Boba Fett, because like I don't know. I'm very picky, so I like to pick and choose what I think is the best of something. And when it comes to Star Wars, I kind of I don't know, it all kind of gets mushed together in my mind because of how the timeline works. So it's hard for me to think of Andor being the best of all those things when certain aspects of other shows like Mando and Book of Boba Fett and Kenobi exist. But I think you're well within your right to think that, because this show is so different and so well done in what it wanted to accomplish that it has blown everyone away for the most part, blown everyone's expectations out of the water, surprised so many people that normally are very critical of Star Wars that have loved this show. Like, we have friends who are more movie commentators, more people who review more serious movies and TV shows and stuff that have been loving this show. So I like to take that as Star Wars being able to reach people who may have written off Star Wars for a little while, and that makes me happy.
Yeah. Again, it's like everyone has their own if you take a step back outside of Star Wars, I think Andor appeals to a lot of people outside of that fandom. I talk about my parents all the time when I talk about Star Wars because they're normal people who don't keep up with Star Wars news and this or that. And I had to remind them for months who Cassian Andor was because I would keep saying, "Oh yeah, the Andor show is coming out in a couple weeks." And they'd be like, "Who's that?" And I'd be like, "The guy in Rogue One with the droid." And they're like, "What's Rogue One?" And I'm like, the one that came out in 2016 about the Death Star plans. And like, "Oh yeah, that guy, the pilot," they kept calling him. And I was like, kind of. But anyway,
Alex, just they know how to use Google. Just tell them to Google it.
I I get in these explaining tangents where I just have to. But my point is that I got them to start watching Andor because they like to try everything Star Wars because of us. Like they want to keep up with what we're doing, and they really like Andor. Like they have never talked to me about any other Star Wars thing the way they talk to me about Andor, where like my mom knows planet names, character names, droid names. It's so weird, but they are genuinely engaged with it. So I see Andor as like we were talking about earlier, as like this weird gateway drug. Um, I don't remember where I was going to go with that, but talking about like okay, and then I think if you step back into the Star Wars fandom, it starts to become more of like a tribal thing of saying like, oh, Andor's the best Star Wars thing. And it's like, okay, that's what that person thinks, but people start to take that personally. And I don't know why. It's just people have a hard time of just like disagreeing and walking away online, I
Yeah,
think.
that's human nature,
Yeah.
especially when it comes
but like
to the internet.
especially on the internet, yeah. Of just
Well,
if someone tells me to my face, Attack of the Clones is the best Star Wars movie I've ever seen, that's a bad example because my instinct is to be like, "Ooh, tell me why," as in like I want to know, even though it's my least favorite Star Wars movie, I want to know what you love about it. But it's just like when you're talking in person to someone and someone's like, Andor's the best Star Wars thing ever. I think you're more likely to be like, oh, yeah, it was great. It was super fun and I liked it instead of getting confrontational about it. Does that make sense?
yeah. I'll say one more thing before we move on. Uh, the internet is a place that is specifically designed to be curated to your own wants and needs. Like you can, especially how like ads work. Like you click on something and then the internet is like, or Google Chrome or whatever, it's like, okay, we know what you like. We're going to show you nothing but that. But like, you curate your email subscriptions, you curate your Facebook friends, your Twitter followers, your blah, 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 blah. Like everything about the internet for people is curated to their preferences. And when they see something that is not along those lines,
Yeah.
it triggers them into a rage to where they have to like, and like that doesn't happen in everyday life because everyday life isn't as curated as the internet is.
That's a great point. Like just thinking of the addictive nature of Twitter and like refreshing your feed and scrolling, like you want that dopamine hit. And when
Mhm.
something triggers the opposite of it, of like, wait a minute now, I don't agree with that. I must say something. Like that's exactly what people do online sometimes when it's like, you could just say, huh, that's not a take I agree with. Scrolling on by.
Yeah. Or you could read into it a little bit, but like to yourself, and you say to yourself, what is this person trying to tell me? What is this person trying to tell the world about their opinion? And does that resonate to me in any way? And like try to find some common ground. But that's hard to
Exactly.
do in literally like a fraction of a second while you're scrolling on the internet.
I think some Star Wars fans will get into this phase or like mode of Star Wars is it makes up so much of my identity. And if a Star Wars thing comes out that I don't like, what does that mean? And if someone else likes that Star Wars thing, well, they just don't understand Star Wars. And I have to tell them that they don't. Getting off topic.
Off topic.
Going way off.
This is one that
Sorry.
we could also get off topic on, but I'm gonna try to get through it gracefully.
I just
Benjamin
saw a
GL.
date in it.
Benjamin GL, thank you so much for this super chat. Whenever my friends ask me to sum up the show, I just say it's a show about asking what would it take for January 6th to be the right thing to do. Ooh, that is a good way, I guess, to explain it to some people. Hold on.
Okay, I think I'm trying to wrap
Asking
my brain around this. I'm 3 beers in, so bear with me.
asking what would it take for January 6th to be the right thing to do? So the things that happened in America on January 6th were awful and terrible and
The
unconstitutional.
wrong thing to do.
Ultimately the wrong thing to do. So that's really all there is to say.
Okay,
I wouldn't explain the show like that.
I would not either. I think what Benjamin is trying to say is when do you stand up against your government? The empire is the government. When is it right to fight against it? And there is I can't remember the Clone Wars pull right off of my head, but it's one of the Saw Gerrera episodes of like uh it disobedience is I'm almost there, so I'll figure it out. Disobedience
I'm going to say
is a demand for change. That's what the
okay.
Clone Wars quote is. Disobedience is a demand for change. So when you are unhappy with the way that your government is acting, there is a time when riots and protest is correct. And so I think I think slash hope what Benjamin is trying to say is the correct time for that is when it's against fascism.
Yeah, I mean it's so late into our stream and we haven't had dinner yet, but I'm going to try to say this gracefully, I guess. It's a show about asking what would it take for January 6th to be the right thing to do. That makes it sound like the good guys that we should be rooting for in this fictional TV show are the same as the people who participated in the January 6th events who were not good guys.
Correct. Fuck them.
So
Fight them, sorry.
it's I get what you're saying, but I don't know that that's how I would word it, I guess. If that makes sense. Let's move on. Riv Wilson, thank you so much for your super chat. Oh, well, I'm going to read it anyways. You don't have to read this one, just showing my mad appreciation for your channel. Love the vibe that you two bring to the discussions. Thank you so much, Riv.
Thanks, Riv.
I'm going to read all of these anyway because I'm almost done and we're here now. So let's do it. Aki Cheesy, I hope I said that right. Thank you so much for your super chat. Here in Japan, many people still think that Star Wars is for nerds. Andor isn't popular enough, and we got only 2 High Republic books in Japanese. We need your help.
That genuinely made me sad that you don't get all the High Republic books.
That really frustrates me. Yeah, because the High Republic stuff is so good. I don't know what we can do about it other than just keep talking about it and praising it like we have been on the channel.
Look, like Star Wars is for nerds. That's not a bad thing. Everyone's a nerd about something. I love like trying to talk to my friends who were jocks in high school and like I would know all these stats about Star Wars ships and whatever, and they would know all these stats about whatever basketball player they were enjoying. And I'd be like, how are we different? And they'd be like, you know what? I don't really know. We all love details and stuff. So being a nerd is not a bad thing, no matter what you're a nerd about.
Yeah. Benjamin with another super chat here. I honestly felt like this show was written to radicalize Democrats, into actually doing something before we're stuck in the same position as Andor. I mean, that is a very extreme way of putting it, but you're not wrong.
But I think we were on the right track with their last super chat. That
yes, yes,
it's more about being fed up with the systems that are in place. And that's very much Star Wars. When is the right time to fight, and when is the right time for diplomacy? I mean, that's Padme and Anakin, really.
Yes,
when it boils down to it.
Agreed. And then Benjamin sent another one. Thank you so much, Benjamin. I know it won't happen, but maybe Iger will restore Andor to 5 seasons.
That was not a Chapek decision from all it sounds like. It sounds like it was a Tony Gilroy, Diego Luna decision to cut it from 5 to 2.
Yeah, because didn't they talk about this in interviews where he was like, this was way more work than we expected, and we can probably only do 2 seasons instead of 5?
Gilroy straight up said something about having to choose the color of cereal, and it played a prominent role in this series. But he was like, I wasn't expecting that I would have to go into that level of detail. So I think he was just like, it takes forever. It would have taken them 10 years of their lives to do 5 seasons, at least 10 years. And he was like, I'm not about that. And yeah. I respect that. I wish he were. I wish we got 5 seasons of this, but I respect his decision.
Right. Sorry, I was trying to read ahead to see how many more super chats we had, and I read this one.
3 to go.
Made me sad. Power Rangers Explained is in the chat.
Oh no.
Hey everyone, happy Thanksgiving. Rest in peace, Jason David Frank, OG Green Power Ranger. Thank you so much. Also, happy Thanksgiving to you. Yeah, R.I.P. Jason David Frank. Holy crap. This news hit me out of nowhere the other day, and I was like, wait, what? I saw his name trending on Twitter, and I was like, who is that? And then I clicked on it, and I was like, Mo, my childhood.
Yeah. I mean, like, I to this day have talked many times about how much I love seeing, like, bad guys go good and vice versa. good guys go bad, like Angelus in Buffy, or Spike in Buffy, or Gata in Battlestar Galactica. Like, I think it may all stem from the Green Ranger. I remember when the Green Ranger showed up, and I think it was before I ever saw Star Wars. So the Power Rangers may have been my first fandom, and I remember the Green Ranger vividly and being
I do
like,
too.
this is terrifying. And then when he went good, I was like, this is amazing.
I think for our generation specifically, I don't know what it was, but like, so we were born in 87, graduated in 05. So if that gives you any kind of timeline, hopefully that helps. But like, for some reason, Power Rangers just hit so hard for us as kids. We were obsessed with it in like a really fantastic way. I never bought any of the toys, but I remember watching all the shows, and I remember even like there was like a month where my parents were like, you shouldn't watch this, it's violent, and then they gave up on that real quick. They were like, whatever, it's fine.
So I'll bring up Power Rangers Explained, which by the way, I love seeing other explained channels pop up. Power Rangers Gundam popped up, and I modeled our channel after Comics Explained. So shout out to Rob. But Power Rangers sent in another one. Mother Toussaint and Rita are voiced by the same person. I don't know who Mother Toussaint is.
Wait, Mother Talzin?
I know Rita. Oh, Talzin?
Mother Talzin.
Oh, okay.
And Rita. I was like, who's
that's cool. And also now I can hear it, if that's
that makes sense. Yeah. I can hear that now.
Power Rangers is the true gateway fandom. I agree.
Trey and Glenn, thanks so much for the super chat. In case you haven't covered it yet, what's your favorite episode/scene of the season, and who is your favorite supporting actor other than B2 Emo? So I think we've already discovered that Brasso is one of our, if not top favorite supporting actors. That one's pretty high up there. Favorite episode/scene. I still think the Prison Break episode is maybe my favorite. Which I think that kind of counts as a scene all in itself too.
It's 12 and 10 are very close for me. 12, I think 12 is probably the best. 10 is still the I can't swim.
Yeah.
And both of them are just so masterful at the way they build up the tension and then it all explodes. But 12 got to do it over an entire season, and 10 got to do it over 3 episodes. So I think 12 is my favorite, but I'm going to have to sit with this series for at least a year before.
Alex needs a year before he can claim.
I need to lie down for an hour.
No, he says for 45 minutes. No, a full hour.
No, an hour. A full hour. Somebody follow me. I'm distraught.
That's a joke from Parks and Recreation.
Let's go watch Parks and Recreation. It's almost time. It's almost January.
I'm trying to wrap it up real quick here. I'm going to go back to Benjamin's super chat real quick, and I'll go back to the one that I skipped. For clarity, screw the January 6 people, and I'm definitely a progressive and not a fascism supporter. Wasn't trying to make them look like good guys. I kind of just thought that was obvious, though. I guess I'm right. No, I think we got
there.
I think we got there. It's been a long stream.
It's been 4.5 hours and 3 beers. So sometimes reading these things, we're like, well, let's make sure we know what they're trying to say before we start talking about it.
But I think we covered this. I really appreciate what you're trying to get across, and I'm sorry if I twisted it into something different, but I think we got it.
I think we're good. I think we're all on the same page.
But thank you again. Intoxicated Gamer, you guys are awesome and go above and beyond in the stream already, and have a great turkey day. We're trying. But thank you so much. I plan to do nothing but eat and drink tomorrow, so that's gonna be a really good time.
1.5 hours, and then it's Thanksgiving.
And then it's Thanksgiving. We can start eating turkey right at midnight, right? That's how this
Let's go
works.
cook a turkey.
GMB1T, is that Gambit?
Gambit, yeah. Gambit.
Gambit. Thanks for the super chat. Not sure if this has been asked yet, but what do you think of the odds seeing Thrawn or Hera and gang in season 2? Let the channel. Oh.
Feels like an appropriate question.
No Thrawn.
No.
Maybe Hera, because she was on Yavin at some point in Rogue One, so maybe she gets involved.
I think both are possible. I think they're both unlikely. The way that Tony Gilroy has written season 1, I don't think all of a sudden he's going to go. I think we're going to get more connections, but not to that level. Bail Organa, I just don't know how you do the story without him. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I think you can do the story without Hera or Thrawn. So I don't think we're going to see them.
Probably not till we get more involved with the Mandoverse and Ahsoka and all that.
I just don't think he's going to bring him in.
And with that, we are done. We are at 4.5 hours. Longest stream yet, which we kind of expected for the finale. But thank you guys so much for sticking with us this whole time.
Whole season.
If anyone has been here from the start, you guys are amazing. And I can't believe that you would listen to us ramble on for this long, but I really appreciate it.
We did it. We did it. I can't even talk about it. We're dirty. We finished Andor. We're gonna go cook dinner and eat. Everyone in America, have a great Thanksgiving. Or does everyone? Not everyone. Thanksgiving celebrated Thanksgiving. Oh my God. Canada. Thanksgiving celebrated Thanksgiving. Canada celebrated Thanksgiving in October. So not the whole world. I gotta go.
This is your own fault. You don't eat during the day. I try to tell. Anyways, thank you guys so much for tuning in and sticking around. Thank you so much for everyone who has been here every week for no ifs and or buts. This is going to be our last Andor stream. We're going to do a whole Q&A. We're going to record that tomorrow to come out on Saturday, all about Andor. So if you have any other questions, submit them on our Patreon on the Q&A thread. And no Lego tomorrow because it's Thanksgiving and we'll be eating and enjoying time with family and friends. But I hope everyone has a great rest of their week, a great holiday if you support it, if you celebrate it, I think everyone supports eating large amounts of food and having a good time. So yeah, have a great weekend, everyone. We're going to sign off and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Real quick. I'll just say that I posted in the chat Pink Milk's stream because they're still going. So if you want to keep talking about Andor, Pink Milk is streaming right now. I posted their link in the chat. Please go hang out with them. Tell them we sent you. Wish them a happy Andor finale / Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes. Go watch Pink Milk. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Have a good night, everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving.